yeah, we've got the maps. Look, can we get down there and vet it? No, we can't. Will we ever get the information on it? I presume we will eventually. But at this present time, it's part of the playbook. We know they've given us enough of their game to know exactly what they're doing and what they're up to. So all in all, guys, yeah, we are just a big player in Australia. Sorry about that, someone sending me stuff, but yeah, a big player within the satanic system, and we're seeing that now. And as we go further through this, and maybe catch up with the show Jan does with Bosie in the end of January, and then myself a bit after that. But yeah, we'll be wanting to look into Australia and where we're sitting now and what's going on. But yeah, we're a really big player in it, guys. It's just sad. It's horrible. Once you've seen, you can't unsee, and once you know, you can't unknow. So yeah, I can tell you, in my opinion, and from my research and the people that I know, Dums were alive and well. But there's been a lot of work done on them. And look, they're still finding certain particular tunnels, as we've seen over under the Middle East now in different places, and they're going to come up with more. The only proof you need of this, guys, is to go to the 10-kilometre earthquake map, right, and go back for the last 12 months or 2 years or 3 years and just overlap all the 10Ks. And that's it. You don't need anything else. There's the confirmation right there. So thank you, Jan. I've tried to I don't know how to post in the what they call the pond or whatever up there, the nest, but I have sent it to you, Tisha, and you, Alina, that link from JDATA that I done 3 days ago.
Okay, we'll post it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's great to talk to you, Jan, and everyone else on here. It's it's marvelous. These spaces are really bringing us forward, guys. We've the other day I was sitting up next to Elon. I couldn't believe it. You know what I mean? Whoever thought that normal people like ourselves would be able to speak with the likes of Jan and, Elon and all these different people that are walking into these spaces to communicate with us. It's absolutely brilliant. So whether it's Elon 1, Elon 2 or Elon whatever, it doesn't really worry me at this present time. What worries me is getting the information out, winning the war, and I think we're well on the way to doing that, folks. So again, thank you, Tisha, and thank you, Jan.
Guru, thank you, Dave. Appreciate it.
No problem. Anytime, Jan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I think, 17th. 17th is up.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Hey, Jan. How are you doing?
Good. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
So I think I want to kind of thank you, Ms. Halper, for kind of sticking up for me a little bit when, I think the biggest issue that we're facing is the lack of the ability to have some kind of discourse. People have different ideas. People research different things. And there was a few times where, you've stuck up for me a little bit, and I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate that. But I also I know you're tired, and you've been in here for a long time, but I would love some time in the future to have an opportunity, just maybe have a conversation about different things. There's a lot of things that I agree with a lot of the narratives that's going around, like probably 80% of it. The only thing that I haven't found in my research is the United States' loss of sovereignty. And so I would love to talk about that sometime with you if you ever would give me that opportunity.
I'd be more than happy to. I'm sorry that you've come in late because I think I spent about an hour on it, and I'm more than willing to spend time with you. And Space Force Chuck has been in touch with me as well. So yeah, let's do that 17th.
Awesome, ma'am. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Merry Christmas to you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Great. One more question, and then I really need to go to sleep.
Oh, Dr. Jan, you've been such a blessing tonight. What a present. What a Christmas present that you stayed up so late and spoke to us. We have Karen and Ark. We have 2 left. If you guys make it real quick.
Go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, go ahead, Karen.
All I want to say is I came up here accidentally, didn't mean to, but maybe I was meant to say Merry Christmas to y'all all. Sorry, I accidentally had the speaker on a while ago. I didn't even know I was up here. But y'all all have a very Merry Christmas. Y'all are like my second family. Love you all. And thank you so much. And Dr. Jan, I will go back and watch a recording because I came in late and it sounded so interesting. So I will go back and listen. Thank you so much. And thank you,
Yeah.
Merry
Trish,
Christmas
Alana,
to you.
Marla.
Merry Christmas,
Thank
darling.
you.
Well, yes, we went back decades, so it's recorded. So you'll be able to listen.
Okay.
Merry Christmas.
Have a good one.
Merry Christmas, darling.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jan, for answering all my questions earlier. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a very Merry Christmas as well. Thank
I
you.
hope you
Archangel,
do too. I'm
Art, did you
feeling
have a
like
quick?
I was just going to say I'm feeling like there were a couple of other questions I didn't get to, but Archangel, did you have another question that might trigger off?
Well, I just wanted to say thank you, for answering our questions, and my first time actually speaking to you in person. So, thank you for being in the space, and giving everybody hope and faith, because that's what we need. And earlier you mentioned about the generals lining up. I'm not sure. I posted up on the nest. I don't know if you can see the picture of all the generals, and they all have mugs, and all the mugs say Q.
Oh, I didn't, because what I do is I drop everything down so I can see who's speaking to me.
Oh no, I just posted up now, so I'm sure it's
Oh,
already,
okay.
So I'm not
Oh,
sure.
yes, okay.
Was that the one you were talking about earlier? I'm not sure.
I'm having trouble opening it.
I have a question. What's the name of that documentary or movie that you said you watched, Dr. Jan Halper?
The documentary is The Human Factor. It's on Amazon Prime. There's only a trailer on YouTube for it, so you can check that out beforehand, but the best. And Double Crossfire is a great fiction with nonfiction truth in it, written by General JDATA, number 3 in charge of planning at the Department of Defense.
Thank you.
I believe I found it, guys. The Human Factor. It's does it have the Israel flag on it?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I just make sure I get the right one because there's a few of them. There's about 4 of them. That's the Human Factor. The Human Factor. I'm excited to watch. Very excited. I
have to thank you, Tisha. Tisha, I have to thank you. You are always so good at sending me the link. I always love being in your spaces. And I just want to thank everyone else for just being receptive and letting me share this with you, because my only goal is to just give you some calm.
Thank you, Dr. Jan. You did just that. Like, you put so many puzzle pieces together for us tonight. It's unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't wait to go back and listen to this entire space and hear all the history of it all. It's just amazing. So I have to thank you. It's like a early Christmas present for us all. God bless you.
God bless all of you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Dr. Jan Halper.
I am going to sign off now.
Get some rest and God bless, sweetheart.
Merry Christmas, Dr. Jan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Halper. We'll talk to you soon.
Wow, that was wonderful. So much time she gave us. That was amazing.
She really puts in an effort. She probably are not sleeping too much actually, but
no, look at the time, and I was shocked that she just answered everything.
Yeah, but
you know, all of our silly questions, and then the not so silly, the tougher one.
I will urge you.
Oh my goodness, I'm so impressed.
Tish, I will urge you to note that she explained game theory on a layman's level. You know, it's with response, reaction, counter-reaction. When she was, you know, a little bit tired and she got a little bit irritated by people just assuming that things will happen in a, you know, in a certain way that is totally predicted. That is important. I hope everybody can bring that with them during the holidays and think a little bit about that. She explained it very elegantly or eloquently, whatever the expression is in English. I would say, and that I think that's an important bit because that's the kind of uncertainty factor that many are feeling. You know, why is this not happening? Why is that not happening? And you know, it's the game board, the chessboard will change continuously within this, and that might be bringing some confusion, also uncertainty, and you know, you feel frustrated or whatever. So all you guys listening to this, the main direction is still working. It's working. It's going the right direction. It's just the level of understanding from as many as possible according to the Pareto principle. When we are, you know, these 3% or whatever, that actually are up on our toes, then we will bring in the 17%, then we are on the 20%, and then the rest will follow in actually lifting themselves up with knowledge, because knowledge is if the oligarchy power is having the power to break resistance, which is their power, then the counter move, the counter force is the old saying that knowledge is power, and that is the counter force that has to, you know, swing over in this kind of shift we are living. It has to swing over to that. It is not more complicated than that. If you want to just, you know, put it down on a philosophical level, we should think about that and try to educate ourselves as much as possible through reading and listening to everybody. And as 17 put it, we need to have the discourse we have, because otherwise we will not find out and get this kind of small, well, they are not always one.
Well, then we're talking in circles, right? If we don't have discourse.
Running around the Christmas tree and somebody is moving it to the edge of the cliff along the garden path. Yeah,
true.
It's
and I want to apologize to everyone. We did not know that Dr. Jan Halper was going to come up and spend hours talking to us, or I would have put it up there so that everyone knew. But, well, anybody that was in here early on just knew that it didn't happen like that. We were talking, and I sent her a message and said, you know, if you feel comfortable, we're here. Just ask her a mic, and she's right there. She asked for the mic, and she was talking ever since, you know, probably maybe 45 minutes into the space.
Tish, with regards to the time zones, I am also running out of time now. I gonna go and see the old ones. We celebrate the Christmas Eve today back here in
Oh, of course.
Yeah. So if anybody has any questions with regards to this of the crowns, or you know, the history part of it, or World Economic Forum, who's the hidden hand behind that, I put it up in the nest, pretty obvious. We can look at Soros as well, where, you know, where did he pop up? What have he been writing by himself? You will find that you will find it very interesting that it all connects back to the world first central bank and these guys, you know, working in the more or less in the shadows together with the City of London and the Vatican and those a little bit deeper things I was talking about, you know, from the little era between, you know, with the Finland and with Santa Claus and with these kind of things. So I still have a few minutes. So please, if you have anything, please give me those questions now, and then I can.
Art, did you have a question? Or question, comment?
I mean, nothing to do with that. I mean, I wanted to go back what Luna was talking about. What we're talking about the They Live glasses. I don't know if Luna's still awake, but
yeah, Luna might be sleeping.
Yeah, she's probably sleeping. But anybody
she's
that's
on the east. She's on the East Coast.
Well, anybody that's interested in the video, I put it up in the Nest. How
awesome!
It's a short video that explains it. How you can see with the special lens. It's not that you can see that, you know, that they're, you know, aliens or whatever, but you can see this the aurora, you know, your energy field. So
the aura, you mean aura?
Yeah, exactly. So when you see that, when you put them on and you see that, that means, you know, they're human. And the ones that don't, you know, emanate that are the, you know, reptilians.
So Art, where do we get these, or how do we make them and make a fortune?
In the short video, it explains it. It explains how you can actually make them. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm going into business then.
Like what they use. Yeah. So it's pretty cool.
Interesting.
Yeah.
James has a video up top as well. Let me go to James' video because he breaks down for those who wonder how we made it into the corporation and frauded, please watch. So that's a video I suggest everybody watches if you get the time. I'm like so stoked to watch this
and please,
documentary.
And please, if somebody, please follow James and go to his pin post. And there is probably one of the best breakdowns from a US perspective over time. That is sort of put out in an understandable way. So please check his pinned out. That's and I really mean it. It's one of the best ones ever. It gives you some kind of foothold to grip it, and then you have to add like if you add the oligarchy knowledge that the Modorians have from our birth milk, so to speak. If you add that up on top of that one, you have a pretty clear picture of what is happening, and without talking about this kind of evil central banking system and the banking system all the time. But we will always go back to that because we will end up there. And James is doing a very good job on this one. It's one of the best ones. So have you missed out this one? Please check it out. It will give you some insight, and it's in layman's terms, and but it's telling it very good. It's easy to understand, rather easy to understand and grip and get some. So all credits to James, and I can see him down there. So Merry Christmas to James, Digi, Leonidas, Stellan, all of you nice guys down there. Nobody. All mentioned. Oh, I see Brian down there as well. So Merry Christmas, Justin as well. Digi, my man, I love you guys. And with that, if there is no questions, I will just let the things that I have dropped in the perfect will and in the Jumbo Stone check them out. There are some reading there, but it's holiday season, so maybe you have the time to sit down and read a little bit. And with that, I will softly put my reindeer and the sled on top of the Monvik Castle and throw in some Christmas gifts loaded with Nobel dynamite. Boom, boom.
I love you, Matt.
You have a Merry Christmas, Mott.
Merry Christmas, Mott. Enjoy your family. You're the best. Guys, what an epic space. We didn't plan this. It was so unplanned.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Christmas Eve already.
Right? Like, yeah, and I took out Christmas Eve because it became Christmas Eve. And then, just so that we could know what the space is about, special guest Dr. Jan Helper, which I probably should have done earlier on, but I didn't know how long she would stay. I had no idea she was going to stay that long, for hours like that.
I know.
And give us so much time and answer every question.
Yeah. And it was cool, conversating with her, and because she dropped down earlier, and I was like, okay, she left. But she came back in again. I guess she couldn't listen, or she couldn't hear. But that's pretty cool.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. To get it. And she answered, everything. Hard questions, just confirmation questions. Gave us some pointers on where to look for information, which is always great. So if you guys didn't hear before, let me give you the name of that documentary again.
Yeah, I saw it.
I was pulling it up.
It's 4 different films.
I know, that's why I was like, wait a minute, let me ask if it's the one with the flag. All right, so when you go to what is this? Amazon Prime, you type in the human factor, and there's a few of them. There's at least, there's 3. It's the first one, and it's got a flag of Israel and Iran. And that's the one with Clinton. It kind of goes into the Clinton story, his role, what he played. Oh my goodness. Are you guys stoked to watch that? Because I am. And then the X cross. Oh no, I'm sorry. I wrote this on my hand. It's Extreme Crossfire. But I put X Crossfire because I was doing what do you call that? Shorthand, longhand? On my hand, literally on my hand. That was fun. So Digi, grab a mic. What was your 1201? What was your 1201 announcement? I threw you a mic because I was dying to hear that too. If you want. This is quite a space, and we still have a lot of people here. Does anybody have any questions about what Dr. Halper said?
No, I mean, about that, no, but I wanted to ask 17. I saw that clip a couple of days ago about your exchange, I guess, with Derek Johnson, was it? That was hilarious, man.
Oh, that was good. That was so good.
That was hilarious.
What happened?
Yeah, can you give us some
Do tell.
Yeah, some backstory.
Well, I saw him in a space, and I just went in there and, was talking just like I am now, giving my perspective of things. And he just detonated, man. I don't know.
He detonated you.
Yeah. So that's what I was talking about. So
what did he say that detonated you? Tell us.
Well, not me. I mean, he detonated. I was calm and just, expressing my point of view, and you just detonate. You haven't seen it?
No.
I made a parody video. I probably shouldn't have done that, but
the parody one I saw.
Okay, yeah.
With his screaming face.
Yeah. So, but that was kind of odd. But that's kind of what I was talking to Ms. Halper about. Is we lost that ability to like talk about things that we might disagree on. Literally, like I said, 80% of the narratives out there, I pretty much, we all know There's centuries old elites that controls the world, right, through various different, um, you know, organizations and whatnot, like the WHO, and there's like 5 different major areas that control the world, basically. You know, money is one of them. But the only thing I disagree on is our sovereignty, man. And we shouldn't wait. Like, we should have a little bit of sense of urgency. We could lose more rights. We don't want to lose any more. So that's the only thing that I disagree on. Anything that subverts or, you know, uh, waters down our Constitution, man, that's what's going to save us. You know, that's literally going to save us. If that thing is gone, then we're fucked. I mean, so anyway, that's. But yeah,
So
hey,
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, it's all good. I'm good.
Well, I forgot. I had a question for you, and I forgot now. Well,
I mean, go ahead.
all right. So Marla asked earlier if it really went through that executive order by Joe Biden to hand us over to the World Health Organization. Did that? Do you know if that happened, and what does that mean for us?
I don't think it happened.
Okay.
We're sovereign. There's no entity that grants the WHO the authority. I mean, we have treaties, right? And it's bounding with the Constitution, but there's a, there's a, you know, if that treaty violates our Bill of Rights, it's done. Null and void, negative, not happening. That's the one thing our Constitution protects. And the more that we understand that and we can enforce it ourselves as we the people, um, that'll prevent things like that from happening. We can prevent things like that from happening. It's a violation of our human rights, man. Like, when you start giving rights away like that, you know, like there's the UN's, you know, barely, you know, they're teetering on that line of, you know, of overreaching, in my opinion. But I think it's very important that we hold on to the idea that we're fucking sovereign. Nobody owns us. I'm not owned. Fuck that. I'm not owned. That's kind of the attitude I take, you know? So, I mean, we're captured. Like, there's no doubt we're captured. And I'm just finishing up an article now that talks about that. And I think it's more vast than the banking system. Like, there's over 100 different entities that controls legislative, world policy, freaking trade, economic. I mean, it's pretty vast on what is controlled by these world corporations, man. Like, it's not just the U.S. corporations. It's, you know, basically all the history that Jan talked about, money wise, and, you know, think tanks, man. Those think tanks would, you know, these people have trillions to spend on people to think up shit, right? You know what I mean? So, I mean, yeah, it's pretty vast. And I think all it takes is us learning how these people roll, and we can mitigate it on the local level. That's where our power is locally.
I agree. I agree 100% that yeah, our power lies local.
There are two types of treaties. I found that out when somebody, and I got to go back to researching this a little bit. There are two types of treaties. The one following the Constitution to incorporate, you know, such as the other territories, has to follow the constitutional process. There is a type of treaty that the president can do, which threw me off, and I need to research it to find out exactly what it is. But the president can do a specific treaty that doesn't follow that process, which is what supposedly he's done with the WHO. So we've lost sovereignty because he did sign it. He was held off the first time. Congress said no, and then he went ahead and signed it, which is
what is it called?
All we would have to do
I need to
is
research it more.
So there's bilateral treaties and there's multilateral treaties. Bilateral treaties are agreements made between two parties. Multilateral are involve more than two parties, like the Paris Agreement on climate, the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. That's the multilateral treaty. So I think that the WHO would kind of be looked at as a bilateral treaty, maybe. I'll have to look at that more. But I do know that if that treaty violates our basic Bill of Rights, then it can't be withheld. All we got to do is challenge it.
All right, Marley, you got homework. Art, go ahead.
I know, I do.
Archangel?
Hey, yeah, so I put up on the nest this article. The LAPD Academy are gonna let the DACA people, the students that used that Obama signed that DACA documents or the illegally did. Well, those people are graduated from the academy and they're supposed to be new police officers for here. And I don't know how, and that's the reason I think they're trying to pass those gun laws for illegals so illegals could buy them. So
that's terrifying.
Yeah, and that's what pretty much what he's talking about. Our sovereignty is,
So we would, if that happened, then we officially lost our sovereignty. If the illegals become like our police officers.
Well, the article is not saying that the illegals are coming through. These are the DACA people, so people that were born here or that were brought when they were children here.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna have to dig into all this too because I'm worried about that World Health Organization one. Go ahead. All right, honey.
I was just thinking about what you guys were saying about the treaties and stuff. And if Joe Biden is the president of a bankrupt corporation, if he did sign over any treaty, then it would be for that bankrupt corporation, not us Americans. I personally don't think that he has the teeth to be able to enforce anything like that.
Yeah, I kind of look at it like that anyways, right? Any president that would sign our shit off like that, nah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like a cause for concern. Like everybody should be concerned, about things like that. But, just the way things are adding up, and it had this, like for me personally, this has nothing to do with Derek Johnson. I think I've listened to like 1 3-minute video and I haven't listened to any of it. I get the gist of what he's talking about and it was just never appealing to me. I got a pretty freaking high ASVAB score and most of this stuff I've discovered just on my own. Like I said, the bankrupt corporation stuff like that, man, I found that out because I got a mentor here in Hawaii that I drove 2 hours across the island to go meet with in 2019. I put together most of this stuff on my own, and a lot of things that I hear in these spaces and on Rumble or whatever is mostly like just confirming things that I've found out on my own. So, but there's just something off about this Biden presidency, like there was something weird about the National Guard with their backs turned and the amount of people at his inauguration and the fact that he looked like he had balls on his face. He has a fucking face that's falling off and he looks like a different guy every fucking press conference, dude. There's something off about it, you know? And it's like, the thing is, like, I fuck up a lot of areas of my life. I'm not a perfect person, but I can smell shit underwater from like 20 miles away. I'm just good at it. And I look at all the little little disconnects, little abnormalities. And when I saw Biden's motorcade, it looked like a Craigslist stripper limo that somebody fucking sold. Dude, the thing was a piece of shit. It had saucepan rims on his limo. And it's like, what the fuck is that? You know, are you
Totally.
kidding me? That cannot be the beast. That's not the same beast. That's not the same motorcade that President Trump is rolling around in.
The beast, the real beast, is pretty badass.
Yeah, I know,
So
but Biden's limo looked like some beat up piece of shit somebody got off of Craigslist. And it's like, no, dude, there's just these weird little things that just don't line up. And then same thing with Trump's new plane, you know, that's like Trump Force One upside down with the paint schematic that's the same color as JFK's Jr.'s plane. I mean, there's just some funky stuff going on. I'm not claiming to like know anything, but it just feels like there's a little something off with everything.
Oh yeah,
I don't know,
totally.
man. I am like really optimistic about everything, dude. I think stuff's gonna get hairy. Normies are gonna fucking wig about some stuff, and you kind of have to jolt people out of their comfort zone and get them thinking about things. And
it's so hard.
So check this out. Let me share something with you. Half of this, well, maybe a quarter of it is just my opinion, but 3/4 of it is fact. So there's actually a framework in place where the military actually could intervene to a point, and we would never fucking know. It's called, and you guys could look this up. I wrote an article about it. It's called Waived Unacknowledged Special Access Programs, right? So a waived unacknowledged special access program is a secret compartmentalized program that is, dude, it's highly classified. Like, it's really tough because of how it's fragmented and compartmentalized, to find it, even for a president, man. Like you can conceal a special access program from a president. You know, Trump could have given it to a combatant commander, you know, from, I don't know, maybe Northern Command, which covers the United States, right? And then you have a couple of executive orders about, so there's a couple of instances where the military can intervene and help civilian authorities enforce law. The first is WMD. The second is drug trafficking. It's a verb. It's a different word, but so if you think about fentanyl, well, fentanyl was designed by the Russians as a chemical munition, so you could categorize that as a WMD technically, and it's also like falls in that drug trafficking situation. So you see the executive order Trump did with the border, specific to drug trafficking, and human trafficking, child trafficking as well. So all of that framework is there. And by the way, can a civilian be in charge of a special access program? Well, there's not a lot of cases that we know of because of how secure and classified these are. But the Manhattan Project, although a general was overseeing that program, the scientists were in charge of it. So there's a massive possibility. And then Trump doing Space Force, right? Well, how could Space Force get involved through a special access program with the violations of possible WMD or, drug trafficking? So there's a realistic, badass framework that's actually in place that is way more secure, way more practical than any theory out there. So I mean, I do believe something's going on, man, and I do. In my opinion, the military's already done a lot. Like, think about if where we would be if Hillary won, dude. We'd be fucking so much worse off, dude. I can't even think that or fathom how worse off we would be, you know. So I think Trump did a lot of things while he was in office, shifted the executive branch possibly. Well, there's proof of it, where he reorganized the executive branch a little bit, consolidated the continuity policy where for national emergency when it comes to continuity of operations, he consolidated that. Um, I think Biden walked into an executive branch that he didn't recognize, and then picked the fucking, the ghetto, the ghetto limo, the ghetto beast, and the only thing I can say is I know I've had a TSSCI clearance for almost 15 years when I was in the Navy. So I know about these programs and how they're framed to a point. But dude, like, it would be really tough to find out, even as president, like where these special access programs are actually at, So anyways, I just wanted to share that.
But come on, we can't deny that's a mask, right? I mean, are we all in agreement?
Well, not Northern Command has, dude. We have a Space Force contingency. We have special SOCOM. I mean, if you look on Northern Command's website, there's so the combatant commands. There's area, and there's support, right? So you have CENTCOM, PACOM, UCOM, NORCOM, and then you have the supporting commands, which is like logistics, special operations, and Space Force, communications, etc. So, I mean, dude, who knows, man? Trump could very well be still in charge of one of these programs, which, in my opinion, would give him much more power.
Yeah.
To your
Yeah.
point.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
that makes sense, Sparty, and it doesn't necessarily mean that he needs to be the commander in chief per se. But if he's in charge of one of these single access or special access programs, then and he can leverage everything through one of those, then he doesn't need to be commander in chief. But something I want to mention is, like, I think a lot of the American public, or I don't know, for some reason, I think that people forget that our first president was a general and that our country was founded by a military and paramilitary and militia organization. So it's like, I think most Americans, when they think of George Washington, they think of hemp farming and founding fathers and hear ye
No, he was on the
declaration.
battlefield, wasn't he?
They don't,
Like,
they don't understand that we had some of the best military planners on the face of the earth frame our Constitution and Bill of Rights and Declaration of Independence. So, it's just, I don't know, man. It's been crazy the last few years. It's been pretty disheartening to see what's happened with our country, but I'm glad it's getting pushed to the surface. Even all the weird stuff that I definitely don't agree with. I'm not going to go into any of it right now. Just, I'm glad that people can acknowledge the absurdity of what's going on, and see that something's seriously off track. But what I wanted to talk to you about, Sparty, is that Navy. William Cooper was naval intelligence. JFK was Navy. Admiral Mike Rogers. I mean, there's, like, I'm sure all the branches of service have their contribution, but the Marines are a function of the Navy. And what I could tell is it's the white hats in the NSA that got a hold of the DNS servers, took control of the internet. Eric Schmidt, the CEO of Google, stepped down the day Trump was elected. They had Project Dragonfly. That was in the Q posts, with the Google headquarters in Beijing blowing up. I had a office fire. The Dragonfly was the facial recognition software that Google was developing with the CCP, for the social credit score, which they were gonna implement here. So it's like all these things, kind of all roads lead back to Navy and white hats. Any way you kind of cut this, whether it's William Cooper and Behold a Pale Horse, or the things in more modern time with the NSA cryptography stuff. So, like they say, Navy gets the gravy, bro.
Navy gets the gravy.
Yeah, totally.
Lewis, did you have a question? I'm so sorry you had internet problems, buddy.
No, that's okay. It just comes and goes. Anyways, I had a couple of insights, or basically they're just observations, and I wanted to throw them at 17 to see what he thinks. One observation I've probably said 100 times is when you look at everything Biden does, when he signs a bill or an executive order, why is it signed at a table in the foyer of the White House instead of the Resolute desk? That should be an obvious sign that something's not right. Also, when it comes to, like, say, our command structure for the military, I think it was back in the early 90s, or maybe in the late 80s, they went to a unified command, which consolidated the forces, okay? And doing that for a reason is because, like, my observation, having been in the military earlier, is that each military service kind of had their own specific deal, kind of went within orders in their own direction. But once they came under unified command, it came under Northern Command, basically as being the top structure. And then it seems like, I don't know the executive order, but it seems like Trump, if I remember correctly, and this is where I need the advice on, signed an executive order that put basically Special Operations Command over Northern Command. Now, am I off on that, or is there something to that? And that's for 17th.
Yeah, so that's a good question. Okay, so what that was about was taking, how do I explain this? Okay, so when I was overseas, and this is 2006, there were times, as an EOD tech, there were times where we were requested by these OGA, it was other government agency, right? Basically it was a CIA, right? So CIA is civilians. Well, that executive order took away the ability for the CIA just to call on the military to come and do their dirty work type of deal, right? So and I forget who it was, when what was it Wapnick or somebody in the news conference said that, you know, we put the SOCOM back into the hands of civilian control or something, or military control or something like that. I'm getting the wording messed up, but
Ezra Cohen Watnick.
Yeah. So that was basically what that was, man, because the CIA had a lot of control, operational control of military special forces and in 2006 timeframe. So Trump and his administration took that away and put it back into the command structure that you described, right? So there's unified command, and then there's what's the other one? I can't remember. Unified command, which is the combatant commanders, right? That's SOCOM, NORCOM, EUCOM, CENTCOM, Southern Command, those different areas. That chain of command, and those are all the combatant units, right? The ones that were actually, that would go to war and kick doors down, like, and get it done. That chain of command is the combatant commanders, SecDef president. And so then you have all the forces that, you know, the branches of the military, they have a separate chain of command. They're not involved with combat, right? So there's a chain of command that's a safeguard. Then there is command and control, right? So command and control of the combatant commands, according to that Reorganization Act that you mentioned, I think it was 85, 86, you cannot delegate combat commands outside of the chain of command of the president. Can't do it. So all these combatant commands, Trump can't delegate or devolve or hand over that authority to anyone. The commanding commanders will be like, fuck you, I'm not, where's the president at? You know, it's not a commander in chief. We swore an oath to the president. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I get what you're saying. So they've drawn a separation between combat arms, basically, and the rest of the military.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. And it was to it was just another safeguard to prevent coups. Basically.
Okay, everything you said makes sense to me. It really kind of hits home because, like I say, I thought I'd seen that and read about it, and was trying to understand. Okay, what changed? So no, you filled in the blanks for me. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Did I say that right, dude? So, dude, check out. I don't know if you guys ever check this out. So it's a Congressional Research Service. It's called the Posse Comitatus Act and Related Matters. This is an interesting document because it basically says there's a block in here. Oh shit, that's not it. Dang it. Enforcing civilian law or something like that. Hang on, let me find it. I'm gonna get because I'm gonna read you this section of it, and it's basically dozens of laws of how posse comitatus can be bypassed.
Sorry, guys. I was thanking Dr. Helper for all her time with us tonight. I had to reach out and do that right away to make sure there was a Merry Christmas in there. I told her that was an early Christmas present for us all to put our minds at ease. That was wonderful. What a rock star, huh? Is everybody sleeping? Can you hear me?
Oh, here it is.
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's
okay.
Posse Comitatus. It's the Posse Comitatus Acts and Related Matters, the use of military to execute civilian law. And this was published November of 2018. And so there's a section in here where it literally says, when the Posse Comitatus Act does not apply. I mean, so if you think about the special access programs and this and all these laws, dude, there's like, fuck, man, I'm looking at, I don't know, 20. President may use the land, naval forces, and militia of the United States to enforce parts of the Neutrality Act. Fucking president may use land and naval forces of the United States to protect the rights of owners in some islands or some shit. But all these different situations where the president can utilize military forces to enforce civilian law. And when I was in, Posse Comitatus Act was something that we were taught as EOD techs because we would respond in CONUS. So it was a very, very fine line. And like, okay, you start here, you stop there, you can't do anything else, right? Well, this changed a lot because there wasn't as many laws that would kind of allow us as military to work within the United States. So anyways, check it out. It's pretty cool.
So it's Posse Comitatus and Related Matters.
Yeah, it's hang on. Sorry, I gotta get my brain is Posse Comitatus Act and Related Matters, the use of the military to execute civilian law. I mean, just that statement, to execute civilian law, dude. Like, everyone's missing that. That's significant. That literally explains what could be happening, right? I mean, I'm not trying to bring false hope, man, but
No, dude, it makes sense, man, because like for me, the numbers don't line up like with the amount of dirt, and that's why I get all hot on these spaces sometimes, dude, is because I'm gonna pop, dude. I have the recordings of our election observer grilling the election commissioner on the voter fraud. I have, the GPS coordinates for a bunch of places where drugs are manufactured. I have, I got proof that the head of the fentanyl task force is selling fentanyl. We have RICO charges. I mean, the judges keep recusing themselves when we go to these court cases. It's like I have more information, and there's like the way that the numbers are, there aren't enough cell blocks in our local jail to house all the public officials, whether it's the Department of Transportation embezzling money, to, not even, and that's honestly, man, and that's not even to mention the human trafficking stuff. So it's like, I'm sitting here and I'm like, dude, we need a full out military intervention. There has to be a way to bypass, because the Attorney General, the Supreme Court, the lower courts, the police force, all of them are in on this crime syndicate, and there's going to have to be some sort of special intervention to do this. And I don't know, I don't know how that's going to be. And like you said, I don't want to, be spewing hopium, and I don't have any proof of this. But one thing that I can tell you is the only guy that's ever gotten back to me, because I make fun of the dude that works for the AG and the FBI. He's a fucking fruitcake. I pick arguments with him all the time just because he's a fucking cuck, and he's shaking hands with James Comey in his fucking LinkedIn profile.
Well,
But
dude, check this out. Listen to this one, okay? So 10 U.S. Code 284. The Secretary of Defense may provide support for the counter-drug activities or activities to counter transnational organized crime of any other department or agency of the federal government or of any state, local, tribal, or foreign law enforcement agencies for certain purposes. Dude, how vague is that? You know what I'm saying? Like, how many things can you think of where that falls under? That basically gives the military the authority to fucking work with anyone. County, state, tribal, fucking, like, anyway, so, yeah, dude, you got to check these laws out, man. They're like, the president shall take care that the laws are faithfully executed. Huh. Well, why is that in there? And why is it under the section of when posse comitatus does not apply? So, I mean, man, a lot of these theories, it's distracting us from what's really going on. Now, I believe that we'll never know. We don't want to know what's going on because it's a matter of national security. Maybe our kids will know. Maybe 50 years, 60 years down the road, somebody will go, hey, remember that shit that happened back then? But I don't think in our lifetime we'll find out. Oh, and the Attorney General may request assistance from the Secretary of Defense for enforcement. I mean, man, sorry. There's just so many.
Well, the thing is, yeah, Sparty, like, now I can actually grill him and say, hey, why aren't you calling? Because that's the thing, is the local police say that they don't have the money, they don't have the tools they need, they don't have the backup. There's just they just read off a bunch of excuses and stuff. But it's like, yeah, if the AG has the power to ask for assistance from the Secretary of State or Secretary of Defense, that's significant, and everybody should know that.
Yep,
sure.
It's law.
Yeah.
It's law that they can use. Absolutely.
Wow. That's craziness. Oof.
The scary part is that they're not. So what makes us think they will?
The scary part is they can.
The scary part is they're blackmailed and they're involved in all the crime. And they're fucking getting their bum dug out in the fucking Senate fucking chambers.
Oh my Lord, that was the worst. Isn't it embarrassing? Don't you like? I get embarrassed for
Dude,
this country.
now I can actually say I'm actually glad my dad is dead, dude. My dad would freak out if he saw this stuff happening right now. That's all I have to say. Like,
you know, we had them like tweaking boobies on the front lawn of the White House, and then there's sex in the. Are you kidding me? Like, it's so like grimy. Like, it's ghetto. Like, what are they doing?
Oh, and I wonder how many other Americans feel that way too. So
I'm as an American, I'm embarrassed. You know, when you like just feel embarrassed, like seriously, people.
well, and they're
Ugh.
complaining about it, that they got fired. They're complaining about it. It's like,
Can you
you
imagine?
know,
Like, oh,
I don't care if it was heterosexual. I don't care who. It's like, dude, you know, having sex, period, in those areas, it's just, I don't know. I mean,
it's the people's house. It should be like I don't know. Call me patriotic. Sacred. It's sacred. It's sacred. It's a sacred place. Oh, it's so bad. Go ahead, Lewis, hon.
Well, another observation is like when Trump he came in basically to expose corruption within the swamp. And even though he is not currently, say, the president per se, I think he's still the commander in chief and has a lot of pull in how information gets distributed. And guess what? Corruption's being exposed left and right, whether people like it or not, or it's embarrassing, it's being thrown out for everybody to see. And that's
Yeah,
pretty much it.
actually, warp speed. It's almost like God is saying, you know what I'm saying? Like, do all your dirty deeds and let the world see. You know? I don't
But
know.
where's it being exposed on mainstream? It's not.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it's being covered. It's
It
being covered on Fox anyway. Yeah, they're
But who
having
really
it,
watches mainstream anymore? Most of it's on social media, and that gets out to more people, even so.
Yeah, I mean, Marla, did you see the actual nude video? Like, I saw it. Like the whole
No, I never
nakedness.
did. I never did. I
Do
just
you want to see
read
it?
about
'Cause
it.
it's bad.
Yeah, in numerous posts in my email.
Do you want to see it? Because I could send it to you. It's really bad.
Yeah,
and you can't you do because you can't unsee it.
No, go
I think
ahead.
people
Go
should,
ahead.
man,
It's
because
just going to reinforce the
yeah.
depravity of this nation. It just is, or our government. I mean,
They're having male sex over Amy. Was it Amy Klobuchar? How do you say her name? Over her desk.
Amy Coney Barrett?
No, Amy Klobuchar or something.
Oh, one of the.
Yeah, one of the senators. But they're having sex, man sex, over her desk.
Did that hit the mainstream news?
It's yes. When Gladfeld, when he covered it, he had photos, and the photos were actually good. Like it would look just like the scene. So yes, it's being covered. Yeah.
Well, because that's one of the things that Dr. Dan she brought up was that the mainstream media is really needing to be overtaken, so that things get out. Yeah, because they're not. I mean, there's a lot of people, yes, that are on social media, but
it's the Mockingbird media was what it is.
Yeah.
But yes, certain outlets have put it out, and the first place I saw it was here, and it was sent to me. I can't remember who, but it's like the full naked version. Get Ark.
Yeah. So 17, I think 17 are all right mentioned about the video, that the press conference from the Department of Defense of Ezra Cohen Whitnick. I put it up on the top of the nest, the video. I watched this video actually when it came out. I think I watched it live or like a couple days later. I watched it again like a couple weeks, maybe a month, and the full video is actually like 10 minutes, like over 8 minutes. This is just Ezra's only what he says. I'm not sure why they deleted the whole video, the whole press conference. I counted 7 times he mentions special operations. So I'm guessing Christopher Miller probably mentioned 10 times, maybe. Coded with 17. I never counted it back then, but now watching it again, he says the same 7 times. He repeats it. Christopher Miller's part is actually more important than what Ezra Cohen is actually saying. That's the reason they deleted it, because Christopher Miller talks about that we've been at war, this complex war, for about 20 years. So I don't know if anybody follows Sean Ryan's podcast. He has an interview there. I think he's talking about some stuff, operations that he's been through, that he's gone through. So I'm not sure if they deleted those that whole video because of that interview, or because a lot of stuff, or people are finding out the truth.
Yeah, totally. And I don't know if you've seen Miller after that. He kind of has this like tone that, like an anti-Trump tone, which to me is a little suspicious. Not suspicious, but like, oh, okay, something's, you know what I mean? Like, look here, not there type of deal. But yeah, I mean, I would argue, I would argue longer than 20 years, man. Like I think our Constitution's slowly been getting, watered down for the past 80 years, probably longer.
That's what Dr. Jan said. She said, yeah, it went way beyond 20 years. Yeah.
Well, can I jump in on this? What you're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, first off, I found the Posse Comitatus Act and related matters, the use of the military to execute civilian law, updated November 6, 2018, 70.
Yeah.
What's that? 73-page PDF. I just downloaded it. So I'll take a look at that.
3 pages of like, this is how you bypass it.
Well, yeah, it looks like they laid it out, man. Tish, what you're talking about, the stuff with our Constitution and our money, and I kind of get the gist of what Dr. Jan is bringing and presenting in Spaces. It's freaking heavy, dude, and it does, like, it goes back to, like the Magna Carta and the papal bull issued by Pope Boniface the 13th or whatever. I forget what one. I think it was like the 12th or something. But all those things actually do have an impact on our life today, and they have for so long that we don't even realize it. Like, what it is there is a papal bull issued, like a decree, where the Pope said that all human creatures are subject to the Roman pontiff. Like, everybody is subject to the Pope, basically. And that was in like 1200. And then you had something else happen in England in 1666 called the Sdld Cavey Trust. And that what happened is the fires in London burnt down all the archives, because that was the birth records, was people used to write down their family birth records in their Holy Bible. And, and then they had it archived.
That's right.
So they lost record of who was alive and who was dead. So what they did is, in French, the word Sdld Cavey means this killed that life. And basically, ever since 1666, they assume all people are dead. That's why, like, a corpse is a dead person. Corporation, it means dead speak.
Wow.
So people have no standing in the courts because they're, how do you say, like, it's hard to kind of articulate it in words, but it has to do with that trust, that Sdld Cavey Trust has to do with what's called the Temple Bar in London. and the history of how our courts got set up here in America. Because we had the Magna Carta, and then you had people like John Locke and other thinkers that helped the philosophy side of the Declaration of Independence and our founding documents, Articles of Confederation, Federalist Papers, all these types of things. You had like the philosophy side of our revolution, and then you had the military execution, and they're all interrelated. Like, they're not these separate issues. And I think we kind of hear more about our military history and fighting the British and the Boston Tea Party, but we don't hear so much about what happened, where did things go so sideways with our court systems. And like, when that guy, I do give him credit, I'm not going to go join the quantum party next week or anything, but there's that guy, Michael Corey, and he talks about, he said something the other day.
The Erickson report.
No, not the Erickson report, but no, he talked about the Court of Chancery in Delaware, and he's the only other living human on earth that I've ever heard talk about it in that context.
Really?
And he was talking about the equity courts, and what they did in America is they separated the common law courts, which is the courts that are by the people, like, because we're supposed to be able to form our state assembly or our county assembly and elect our own judges and our own, we're supposed to be self-governing and dealing with things at a local level in our own hands, like very grassroots, farmers, carpenters, fishermen, the butcher, baker, candlestick maker, all the people in our society have a place, but we are the government, and we should be deciding our own fate in our own areas. And what it is this thing called the Court of Chancery slipped in something, and it was one of those things like Jekyll Island when they came in, when people were vacant, and they separated it to where you have equity or commercial courts, and you have these corporate courts that deal with commercial issues. That's why Hunter Biden and Joe Biden are based out of Delaware, is because Court of Chancery covers the ass of all these dirty corporations that they get busted for one thing, dissolve a corporation, and then just fire it right back up as if nothing happened. And they have the immunity because the Bar Association, if you think of the human trafficking, Monsanto, the poisoning, the the Erickson, all the big tech, Patriot Act, all these different things, they're all protected. The common thread is they're all protected and they're allowed to function because of the Bar Association in America.
And what was the name that you called that?
That's the Court of Chancery in Delaware.
Okay.
There's only two of them in the world. There's a Court of Chancery in London, and there's a Court of Chancery in Delaware. And the Bar Association, surprise, surprise, is based out of Chicago, which is where's Barack Obama from? And what is he? He's an attorney.
Yeah.
So it has to do, the Bar Association is the most vile thing. All this stuff with CPS, all the stuff with Child Protective Service, the court systems, the dirty judges, the attorneys that are covering for these criminals, they're all licensed by the Bar Association. The Bar Association hands these things out to criminals, but nobody's really, I don't know of anybody who's really gone after the Bar Association itself.
Exactly. And how exactly, would we do that?
My friend Carl, the older gentleman from Clean House, Hawaii, is the only person I know who's done it. And they didn't even have a complaint form. He had to make his own. They said, well, you're going to have to file a complaint with the Bar Association. He goes, well, where can I get a form to file a complaint? And he was on the phone for, I think, 3 or 4 weeks. And he had to create his own form to complain to them. That's how fucked they are, Tish. These people are fucking dirty. They play every mind trick, mind fuck, psyop. You know how I was saying, like, even if a cop pulls you over and you hand him your license and he says, is this you? No, that's not me. That's a little piece of plastic with a photograph on it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
how they work. They do these chicken shit little tricks. You'd say, yeah, that's me on my license.
Wow.
And if you say, yeah, that's me, you're consenting. You're stepping into their jurisdiction. As soon as you
Oh,
consent and give
wow.
them your license, you're already fucking hooked. These bastards are so fucking dirty, and they did it to our parents, and they did it to our grandparents, and it's just gotten worse and worse and worse. And now it's like there's like a little spark of hope of awakened people that are starting to piece all this stuff together and reverse it, you know?
That is so good. Oh my goodness. Lewis, go ahead, hon. You have a question?
No, actually, it's a statement. James, your financial guru, is pretty good at explaining how in 1871 U.S. Crown Corporation was
I lost
formed.
audio. I can't hear Lewis.
No, anyways, he explains.
Hold on, Lewis. Do you want me to drop you and bring you back up? There he goes. Okay, I'll come right back up. Go ahead, Lewis. He can hear you.
Okay, anyways, he explains how, like I say, the USA Crown Corporation was formed in 1871. That was basically the start of the diminishing of the constitutional rights under corporate law. And he also has insight, and I guess himself has done, to where there is a process you can go through to take yourself away from the corporation, to separate yourself. And in doing so, you become a state citizen and not a corporate citizen. And under that also, that it gives you, under, I guess, the original Constitution, kind of like almost a diplomatic status. It's like that you're there, and it's like on a local level, you can basically form committees or courts to address local issues. He has talked extensively about how they've done that in a town or a county in Michigan where he lives, but he would be one that is very well versed in how the corporation works, how to remove yourself from it. And I mean, it doesn't change anything. All it does is take you from being, say, a subject of the corporation to being a private citizen, and takes you away from some of the nonsense that, say, All Rights was speaking of.
We did a space about it with James, and he's taken us through the process on how to do that.
Right.
The first step would be to get 12 long forms of your birth certificate. So if you don't live near your home, you kind of have to go home, fly home, and get those long forms.
Right.
So I asked him, can I send my son in? And he's like, unfortunately not. You have to walk in because you have to show ID and prove that it's you. But those long forms are the ones that have like all the information on you. And the second step is filing, right? You got to file.
Right.
To all these different I'm sorry. The first step is to file at the passport place. And then they give
You
you
have to file an affidavit of identity.
yes, and then your identity is your passport. So if you
Right.
get pulled over, you pull out the passport.
Right.
And the cops are supposed to know what it is when you hand that
They
to them.
actually
They're
do,
not
Tish.
happy.
My friend Joey handed a cop his passport. It was about 6 months ago now, and he did. The cop looked at him and he handed his passport back. He goes, "Okay, you're a state national." He's like, "All right, well, I'm still going to write you a ticket, but have a nice day." And Joey just didn't even return the ticket. Nothing happens because traveling is an unalienable right.
Wow.
And that, like, the thing is,
I love it.
what's that?
I said I love it because I'm going to do it.
Well, yeah, it's just do it at your own pace. Like I think a lot of people rush into it and kind of, think it's going to solve all their life problems and stuff overnight, so pick your battles, pick some low hanging fruit first before you like try to take on the State Department or something. don't get too ambitious, dude.
Don't get too excited. I'm getting all excited.
All right. What about if you're speeding? Can you do that too?
Yes, you can.
Can the cop produce a victim? Was somebody harmed? Was property damaged?
Yeah.
Really?
I just found out. No, I'm saying it's true. What you're mentioning is true. It doesn't make any sense. When you mention about the licenses, I've read up on that and how it's technically against the Constitution. Licenses and traffic tickets, everything, all that is against the Constitution, against our rights. But I messed up because I saw a video a week ago, I guess, of this guy saying that when we get a traffic ticket, there's a code, and then he says sign your name, and then after your name you put this code, and when you put this code, supposedly it's supposed to do something to like federal. So when they get the ticket and they see that code, technically it goes through the federals, some type of federal. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but pretty much you get a letter back saying that you don't own nothing. Like it's you don't pay anything. I'll put the video up.
Yeah, like taxes too. Oh, you had a video on it?
Yeah, I have a video for it. So I'll put it up right now in the nest. So.
What's that?
Well, that's
It's
cool,
like
man.
putting an autograph behind your signature.
Yeah. So all right, you gonna come with me to charge? We're
We'll
going
go to the State Department and fucking go get our bars of gold bullion that the Roosevelt fucking stole in 1933 with the gold seizure.
We want our gold.
No, dude, that's the whole thing, is this whole Great Awakening, man. It's bigger than we could imagine, dude. The papacy going into liquidation. The Roman Curia is the kind of financial arm of the Vatican. And that's who Trump went and fucking strong-armed them, when Melania and Ivanka were wearing all black. And that was it, like Notre Dame burning down, and then that visit to Rome, and then the visit with the Queen. All that stuff is real, man. Like that's heavy duty, but he put them in check between cleaning up the three districts. You got the District of London is the finances, the District of the Vatican is the spiritual, and then the District of Washington is the military arm, and they're all subdued. And at the end of the day, Tish, we own all this stuff. We own all the trusts. Like your license, your driver's license is a trust. Your social security card is a trust. Your birth certificate is a trust. And all these assets that they've seized and all of our family's property that they've taken and the IRS has foreclosed, that's all ours. That's why, I hate to say it with the COVID stuff, that's why they try to bump off everybody, is because they owe them money. Even the blacks with the reparations for slavery. I'm not talking about like BLM, George Floyd type of stuff, but who is it? The Freedmans. There was supposed to be reparations for the blacks after the Civil War, and there was supposed to be reparations to the Hawaiians for their land that was taken. And, the natives were, put on the reservations and given casinos and alcohol to destroy them, so it's like, yeah, all that stuff is owned or owed back to us. And that's why the easiest way to get out of paying debt is kill the person that you owe the debt to. If you bump them off, you don't have to pay them, right?
Right. Wow.
We're dealing with such a criminal enterprise. Like it's actually really hard to wrap your head around just how sick this is.
It is, but isn't it interesting that Lewis knows, 17th knows, like we all, ARC knows, we all know that we could do this. Like I find that kind of fascinating.
I think it's going to get exciting though. Like I'm all optimistic about it. I don't know how it's going to shake out. And I got my little bug out bag. I got a bunch of blue paint. I'm going to paint all my shit blue. Try to get me with a DEW, man. I got a blue fucking car. DCP, try to get me with one of those satellite laser beams. I got a blue car.
Hey, just dress like a Dodger fan.
No, I just threw that out basically as informational to those that didn't know. The James would be the person that has the information on that.
No,
I have no intention to go out and blatantly breaking laws or anything, but it'd be nice sometimes.
Technically, you're not breaking laws. You're breaking their statutes. That's
No,
the
I
thing
get it.
is,
You're separating yourself away from it.
Yes,
But that's
yes.
the point of it, not to go out and create anarchy.
no, it's not to
was
create
teasing.
anarchy.
I'm
But the
teasing.
thing is, like self-governance, like it is a kind of a messy deal. Like they say, who was it? Benjamin Franklin that said, those who would take security over freedom deserve, or over liberty deserve neither. Self-governance is pretty fucking hairy, and it takes a lot of responsibility. That's why John Adams said our government can only work with a just and religious people. If you're not following the 10 commandments, self-governance is not going to work, because you will have anarchy. That's why the Judeo-Christian values are important, not because I'm a bad little boy and I ain't going to get to go see baby Jesus when I die. But it's because our government wouldn't be able to won't function properly if we're not following the 10
law and
commandments.
order.
Yeah.
Sure. Good.
One of its finer. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Toph had her hand up. Go ahead, Toph.
Hi, you guys. This is a really interesting conversation, and I'm learning a lot. I was wondering, 17th, would you mind telling me how to search for the receipts on this topic of how the Bar Association is connected to Britain? Because whenever I search for it, I just get information about Britain's legal system. I can't seem to do a good search to pull up that, because I told my son and he just kind of laughed like, okay, Mom, and I want to send him something.
Like in your face.
I honestly haven't found that either. The bar, I've heard that the bar is associated with England. It is, but the bar is literally the bar in the courtroom, right? That you can't pass unless you're a lawyer. That's what that means.
But wasn't someone who was talking tonight about that? I hear it a lot.
I don't know. But I would love to find that too, because I haven't found it. I've been looking.
All right, you mentioned it, didn't you, or Lewis?
Look at the word barrister. Look that up first, and then go from there.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, I thought it was 17th. But Lewis, I recognize your voice. Yeah, you were. Hey, you have my last name. That's funny.
Hey,
interesting.
I'm doxing myself. That's my other last name.
That's your other last name.
Right.
No, I just use my name, my face. I'm pretty wide open.
Where are you from?
I live in Granbury, Texas, but from Fort Worth originally.
Oh, so my family is from Nashville, and they were a bunch of attorneys. So I was wondering, is your family, do you know so much about the law because of an association with attorneys, or is there something of interest?
Well, I did a couple of years in law school, not anything of consequence, but I learned a lot about the Constitution. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I'll have to DM you some stuff. Maybe we're cousins, but
there's something called SDL.
Something called what?
And it's a website called SEDM.
Oh, you're rubber banding.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
You're rubber. No, we can. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
You're good.
Okay, there's something called SDM. It's Sovereign Education and Defense Ministry, and it's like a lexicon, like an archive with a search bar and everything that you can go to and add, like the first thing, that laws and property, common law and equity litigation, right to travel, dealing with the police. Like there's all sorts of different things. I think there's a section in that, on the bar.
CEDUM?
No, it's SEDM.
Oh.
Simple. Just sovereign education and defense. And this website has been up here for like probably 10 years. I remember people talking to me about SEDM back in, God knows, I'm showing my age. Yeah, so this pretty credible. And this is just one of many. There are a bunch of other archives and kind of websites, but it is in the bowels of the internet. It's not like common knowledge that people are like, oh yeah, just click on this link.
Okay, SEDOM or UM?
No, not Sodom, like the city in Gomorrah. No,
Sodom.
No, SED. Oh, sorry.
I just typed in SEDM.
We covered that. We covered that already. Sodom.
Oh, SEDM. Okay, God,
yeah, not the Senate
dyslexic.
Chambers.
Okay.
Art was laughing. I knew he got my joke. He got my joke. I landed one joke all night.
Yeah, so earlier I was talking about how to get rid of a traffic ticket. I put up on the Nest the code. The code everybody could listen to that video. It's pretty interesting, probably important. The code is actually UCC 1-308.
Even if you got the ticket already, because I gotta go to court for a ticket.
The video explains it. So I mean, I wish I would have seen this video back in May. I wish. No.
I have. This is perfect. I gotta go to court for a ticket. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got a ticket. I like to speed. I wasn't speeding when I got in the accident. Actually, I was going really slow. That's when it happens,
Were you going too slow, Tish? Like you were stoned when you were driving?
No. Why? Because Colorado? I don't smoke. I really don't smoke. I get that paranoid thing. But no, I was coming off an exit, and he just didn't see me. So he went barreling into me and like right on my little shit car. Yeah. So there's that.
How are you feeling? Do you have headaches still?
Yeah, random, but not as frequent. They checked me out. There's nothing in there. I'm like, no, nothing bad in there. I was worried though because of my, two of my sisters have lung and brain cancer.
Did they do an MRI?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's good that they didn't find any problems.
Yeah. I was very scared about the MRI, and not even because of the accident, because of my sisters, both having this terrible, it's a turbo cancer is what it is. One keeps getting well, and the moment she gets well, it pops up somewhere else. She gets well, pops up somewhere else.
Hey,
So
Tisha, is your sister's vaccinated or no?
One is, and one isn't. So there's more to it. There's got to be. And
they're both getting the turbo cancer, or?
Yes. That's why I'm baffled.
Are your both sisters married? Is their husband the one that's not vaccinated? Is her husband vaccinated, or is she married?
No. Nope.
Oh, that's interesting.
Isn't that interesting? One is vaccinated, one is not. It's the oldest sister and the youngest sister. So when I flew out to the youngest, because we were close, they dressed us like twins and stuff. The older one was crying like, "Well, why aren't you coming to see me? How am I supposed to be in two places at once?" But yeah, so I made plans to go see the older one. But I'm, racing around, just trying to be supportive. And the younger one has been cancer-free for a year. Amen. And I'm talking stage 4. And the reason I found out that she was sick is because she was texting me and it made no sense. And I yelled at her. I said, "Stop letting the kids play with the phone." And she said, "They're not." And I said, "Can you FaceTime me?" And she did, and she looked like she had a stroke. So I messaged the husband and I said, "Take my sister to the hospital or she's going to die." And I felt like she would die in the night. The clown tells her, and she goes, "No, I'll be fine." I knew she would do that. That's why I said, just take her. Don't ask her, just take her. And she, of course, said no. I don't want to go. And when they finally went in the morning, yeah, she was diagnosed. And she talked him into taking her to like one of those ready-med things. She could not write her name. That's how how quickly it came on. She was fine the day before. The next day, it looks like she's having a stroke. So these are like turbo cancers. I don't know what else to call them. They come on fast, and they just don't go away. She's got to be treated forever, for life. It's kind of scary. That I was more scared of that than finding out like I had a brain bleed or something, you know? Because I said to the doctor, if I have a brain bleed, then what? He goes, well, nothing. You know, we just watch it. I'm like, all right, well, I'll pray for a brain bleed then. But no, I didn't even have that. But he saw the bruising and stuff. So go ahead, Lewis. Go ahead, honey.
Yeah, tough. I put up a something in the nest that basically takes the word bar and breaks it down from its original meaning out of London or out of, say, Britain. It has to do with barristers. Barristers are what they call attorneys in, say, England. And what it does, it gives a basic explanation of how that works in that system. So it's just real simple. It's just a few, or like a paragraph.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, thank you.
I did. Oh, thank you. And I also did a screenshot of SEDM, not Sodom, but Sedum.
We'll make fun again.
And I'm trying. I have a funny thing when people say things. Sometimes my brain can't process the acronyms. It's weird. You guys just saw that happen to me. But so in the sedum, why did you share that with us? Sorry, I was focusing so much on the bar
Well,
situation.
you had asked about the bar, and that it's a Christian run. I think it's a nonprofit that just educates people about a wide range of just topics, everything from, I still have it up right now. Yeah, there's laws and property, identification and identity theft. What's the other one? Creating, running a business, trust or estate, tax withholding, common law, equity litigation, filing returns, discovery, FOIA, Privacy Act, records collection. Yeah, there's just all sorts of different dealing with judges, things like that. And you start reading that stuff, and for whatever reason, it takes a long time. It's not like reading comprehension where you read a paragraph or a page or 10 pages. It's like this stuff just takes time because we've been lied to for so long, and the hypnosis is so deep, you know. So if you can just take a look at it and start to get familiar with the language, and then when people speak in these spaces, you're going to recognize like, oh, that's what Lewis was talking about, or oh, that's what 17th or Tisha mentioned. And like over time, you kind of understand how the fraud works. And then like for me, sovereignty is not something, how do you say, like it's not separate from us. It's not something we get if, like how somebody mentioned, like going to the post office and doing this. We're born sovereign, like that, you know, all men are created equal per our Declaration of Independence. You know, it's not, sovereignty is not something that's given to us by a man or a system. We have unalienable rights that are endowed upon us by our Creator. And, you know, like what I was saying earlier about, but that system, our system can only work if we're following the, you know, the 10 commandments, basically, you know, and common law, they, you know, we're supposed to be able to call our government into session, make whatever changes we need to and carry on about our business. This whole thing of having a federal government, the word federal, if you get a really old dictionary, the word federal is synonymous with contract. So we have a corporation, we have government contractors masquerading around as our government. And that's really not what our government, and it's just, the thing is, it oversteps its function. Like the California Highway Patrol, they're only supposed to regulate interstate commercial commerce. That means big rigs. That means 18-wheelers. They're not supposed to be pulling over private citizens going to work. They're overstepping their jurisdiction. The income tax, that started out as what was supposed to be a war tax, and it was supposed to stop when the war ended, but it never did. The FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, was only supposed to have its jurisdiction within the 10 square miles of Washington, D.C. to regulate internal corruption within the federal government. And now they're down in fucking Brazil and Panama.
Crazy.
It's like these people
That's nuts.
you give them a fucking job and they do everything except for what their fucking job is. And they fuck us over and they're robbing us and terrorizing us and taking us to court and taking our kids and dealing drugs. It's fucking mind-bending.
Cocaine in the White House. I mean, you can't make this shit up.
Boo! Who does that?
Boom! I mean, who does that? They have the fingerprints, and you know what? It's someone related to the Biden family, and they will not release the name. Oh, I wonder who that is.
I wonder who the three are that aren't going to be released on the Epstein thing later in the next 2 weeks. Somebody made a funny meme. It was George Bush, Barack Obama, and Bill Clinton all like hugging with that gay smile on their face. And it said like something like, who are the three names that are not going to be released?
Did you see the picture of Dom Lucre? Am I saying his name right? He put out a picture of Stephen Hawkins on the island. Now, I don't know if you saw the movie, but he was a perv. And he liked
the universe is expanding. Can I get a stripper over here, please? No, that's fucked up. Sorry.
Yeah, but no, he was a perv, and I could totally see him going there for, yeah. But what did Epstein want with him? He had that ranch in New Mexico where they were like trying to clone babies. Everybody forgets the New Mexico ranch.
Yeah. I want to leave on a good note though, Tish. I just looked at the clock. I got to wake up early tomorrow. I told myself I need to get in bed at a decent hour.
Of course.
But yeah, good to see everybody tonight. Leo's down there, popped in, and then yeah, definitely good to catch up with everybody. We got Instigator and 17. Good. Thanks for sharing that with me, by the way. I'll take a look at that tomorrow, because that is, man, that kind of, how do you say, like that can put a lot of arguments to rest. That thing about the posse comitatus and the
that program.
Yeah, I'm beat. Leo, have a good night, guys. Tough. Elena,
good night.
Marla,
Merry Christmas.
Good night, bro.
Lewis, good to meet you, sir.
Hey, all right. I wanted to tell you before you go, I just wanted to let you know that I really liked what you said about the reparations, and it makes sense about the Native Americans, the Hawaiians, and the African Americans. And I was thinking, man, if we could get them united, because they're minorities and they have, the upper hand now, right? If we could get them united, demanding that our government stop giving money to Ukraine, instead give it to them, in an organized way, and get our government looking at the needs of our people.
I'm seeing that happen already, especially with what happened in Maui. The Hawaiians are drawing the line. They're like, no, fuck this, dude. You send fucking money to Ukraine and hunters smoking crack in the White House. The Hawaiians are pissed about that, dude. I do not think a lot of them are going to be voting Democrat this next cycle. And then same thing with the blacks are pissed off about the immigration because the new migrants are getting more than the original blacks that built the railroads and built the Capitol. You know, Washington, D.C. I mean, a lot of Pennsylvania was built by, by African-American laborers, like, and it's like,
true. That's
what's
true.
that?
Did you hear what Digi did?
Oh, I love it.
Oh, Digi's dependent thing with the
Yeah,
Ukraine on his
yeah.
IRS stuff?
That's so fucking
Oh, that
badass.
is
Dude, I
so
almost cried,
good.
bro. Sorry to change the subject, Tuck. We have a friend that he put Ukraine as a dependent on his taxes and hasn't had anything withheld since then. And dude, I went through this thing where I like wrote out all these fancy letters to the commissioner in Washington, D.C. and New York, and then Digi just claims Ukraine as a dependent.
He just put Ukraine on his work documents, and they don't take it out of his work anymore. He just put I'm claiming you, like with you, where you put your kids, you put Ukraine. Love it.
That's funny.
It's so clever. I love that. When the night he said he did that, I had to wake up James. I woke up James, and I'm like, James, you got to hear this. Come in this room and listen to this. And then poor Gigi had to tell the story again. All right, before you leave, Merry Christmas. Yeah, so he wrote Ukraine as a dependent. It was just so epic. And they are not taking taxes. No taxes from him. It worked. So do it, put Ukraine down as a dependent. Hi, Janine, am I saying your name correctly?
Yeah.
Hi, Janine, how are you?
Oh, I'm fine. I actually am in Hawaii right now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I live in San Diego, but I came out here. I'm on the Big Island of Hawaii. I have a home out here that I was doing actually some repairs and that kind of thing. But I stopped in Maui I had a layover for about 5 hours, so I took an Uber. This is about a week ago. I wanted to see the damage, for myself in Lahaina, and they have this memorial there. It's sort of like 9/11. I don't know if you guys went there right after the.
The 9/11 memorial pisses me off.
Well, I mean, as far not what they have there now, but right after it happened, on the fence they had pictures of people that died and like candles, and so right in Lahaina outside, like on this hill where all those fires started, evidently from the lines from the Hawaiian Electric Company. They have the pictures of the people that have died, and I did my own little video. I want to get it up on YouTube, but I mean, I'm not, like into YouTube that much, but it was written. A lot of people don't realize they do have pictures of a lot of people, like over 100 people that they have known. But so then the whole town is just cut off. You can't even go on the streets there because it's the damage, and they said it's going to take like 25 to 30 years. But what really got me was the guy that was driving the taxi. Hawaiian is very heavily Democrat, very left leaning, Biden supporters. So basically, what happened was, the FEMA, the federal emergency funding, they only gave $750 a person. And then this is what really gets me. So the Hawaiian people, they sued the Hawaii Electric Light Company, and evidently the guy was telling me that I guess they were supposed to sound the sirens, like they have the tsunami sirens or the disaster. They didn't do that. The fire department, they told them to go home, and because they said it was within 12 hours. I mean, everything was burnt to a crisp, but there were a lot of big mistakes. So evidently the Hawaiian people are suing the Hawaiian Electric Light Company, who probably has more money than God. And guess what? Mr. Joe Biden just gave the Hawaiian Electric Light Company $95 million. And I said, if Donald Trump was in there, he would have given some of the money to the Hawaiian people. So I was, I'm a Trump supporter, and I was going berserk. I'm like, how could they do this to the Hawaiian people? And I was telling the tax,
Right.
yeah, I was telling the Uber driver, if you guys vote for Biden again, you're crazy, man. So that's about all I have to say. But it really is unbelievable when you see it in person.
Well, I'm sure. I mean, seeing it in person, does it look like what we suspect it to be?
Yeah, it's like the whole town is burnt to a crisp. There's these
Oh,
condominiums, the whole thing is burnt down. They said there's a lot of lead, I guess, that was exposed in the fire. But you can't even go in the town. The town is just, and like you see like on TV, they show these houses with the trucks there. Everything's like a skeleton of what it was because of the fire. And yeah, it's very, especially the memorial is unbelievable. You see all these people like the 9/11 right after it happened when they had all the pictures of the people on this fence, and they have all the leis, the flower leis around the people's candles, and pictures of these people. But these people are died in the wool liberal. Well, they will. Well, I guess maybe since John Kennedy, maybe they got this. At that time, Kennedy was a supposedly, good president, and like I firmly believe that if Kennedy was president, or he was around today, he would be a Republican. I don't think he would be a Democrat. But just the idea that Biden would give $95 million to this company that is a private company, charges up the yin yang, for their electrical services, and Biden gives them money instead of, the Hawaiian people. I mean, it just shows you right then and there. Like somebody was mentioning, well, they should all gang together, but they don't care. Obviously, they don't care. And I told the guy, I said, "Why do you guys vote?" Oh yeah, and then he starts telling me, oh yeah, the gas prices, they're like through the roof, but under Trump they weren't, and but these people don't get it. I mean, they're, it's so sad, the whole situation.
I agree. I really do. It's just so sad. And think about it. It kind of got like swept under a rug. Because what happened after that? Like everything's happening so quickly. Was it the balloons? Like yeah, or no, the balloons happened first.
No, what happened was there were 80. Now, if you drive like from the airport in Kahului, I drove from the airport. The guy, I just paid an Uber to give me a little crazy sort of weird tour. But the whole
Mm-hmm.
side of the mountain about 10 years ago, where it was uninhabited, there's two sides to the Hawaiian Islands. One side is really, really dry, and the other side is very wet. And this all happened on the dry side of Maui. That there was a fire like 10 years ago. We passed, and he said this whole area all burnt down 10 years ago that nobody really knows about because it was uninhabited. But I guess there was 80 miles an hour winds, and the Hawaiian Electric had the electric lines up on this hill, and that's where the memorial is. And they were, the winds just the lines were defective, and the wind just took over. But the problem is that they could have released more water. They could have sounded the sirens. They could have. There was a lot of things they could have done, but the main fault was the default of defective power lines from this Hawaii Electric Light Company that was at blamed for it. And the thing is that Biden, he's giving money to them. And the Hawaiian people are suing the electric company. And Biden's giving money like to defend the stupid electric company against the
Oh my
Hawaiian people.
goodness. He's like the
It's a,
most anti-American president ever.
well, I
You
mean, these
know?
people are, I know Hawaii's rich in a lot of ways, but a lot of these people are, they make minimum wage, and they're oppressed people, like the Indians and
Yes,
everything else. And
in
I
that area, yes.
Well, Maui is pretty well off, and of course, I guess Oprah owns a big chunk of Maui. I know she owned some of Kauai. I was over there many years ago when she had, but there's a lot of people, that own property that wasn't burnt. But yeah, it's a really
What a shame.
it is,
Yeah,
and you know the
it's
problem is,
so sad.
you know, but then I did mention to the guy, I said, well, you know, they're giving all this money to Ukraine, so I mean, people need to wake
Yeah,
up, you know,
that's
but
gotta stop.
it's got to stop, man, and you know, this guy, man, I don't know why he gives all this money to Zelensky. I mean, if you have you seen Zelensky lately when he talks, he's like so coked out of his mind. I mean, he's
I
shaking.
know,
Have
I
you noticed
know.
that?
Yes, but he's not even hiding it. Like he's rubbing his nose and sniffling and
And
doing the whole coke I'm on coke deal thing. Yeah,
man,
no, it's so visible. It's just so embarrassing.
it is
As a
embarrassing.
country, I'm embarrassed for them, you
But
know?
nobody will wake up, you know. I don't even think these people, no matter what they're, you know, they're gonna die in the wool Democrats over here. You know that, you know, it might get Democrats, but you know, the one that's running, the people that are running our country now, you know, shutting down. Well, I was upset. I mean, I'm supposed to be out here enjoying myself, and of course, when they took Trump off the ballot in Colorado, I got very upset about that. So I don't know. This country's
Yeah.
going to pot.
Well, listen to this space when you get a chance from the beginning, because Dr. Jan Halper, she popped in, and I don't like to push, so I sent her a note and I said, if you want a mic, let me know. I'll drop you one. And she did, and she talked to us for hours and hours. And it's the longest I've ever heard her speak, and answered all of our questions. It was awesome. It was just so much fun. And
I
and,
don't
and
even know who she is, to be honest with you.
she's the one that's she worked. I believe she worked for the, and correct me people if I'm wrong, but Department of Defense, and like she has like this insider view on what's really going on. Um, and a lot of stuff she says just makes sense, like, yeah, I mean, some of it, aligns with the Q stuff. Um, but I gotta say, like, what she said tonight made sense. I mean, she let us ask everything, anything we wanted. And it was really awesome. It was a lot of fun. And it brings a sense of ease to know that, um, that it's not hell in a handbasket. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we have hope. There's hope. There's hope for us. Yes.
Well, I don't know what's going on right now. I'm worried about. Yeah, the Supreme Court. Everybody says is going to reverse this decision, but how long are they going to take? Is it going to be before the elections or what?
On which
Well,
part? If you're talking about Jack Smith, they told him he has to go through the appellate court, and the appellate court's going to tell Jack Smith that he has no grounds. He was not constitutionally appointed. That is fact.
thank
He's
you,
not.
Leo.
He's not constitutionally actually appointed. Because in order to actually be appointed, there's a couple different parameters you have to have. First off, you have to win a case. He hasn't won one. Not that I know of. Everything I've looked at, he tries a case, makes some money off the litigant, and then that's it. Fail or just watch the whole thing and walk away. So there's not
No,
only that.
no, I'm
There's not.
talking about
But,
the the Supreme Court of Colorado, and now California's supposedly there's about Nevada. There's a
know that
couple other
he's not off
states
the
that are.
ballot, right? He's not off the ballot. They stayed their own decision. See, this is the problem there. Everybody paid attention to the first part of the headline. Nobody paid attention to the bottom of the article. Okay. And this is the thing that's going on, is that they did give that decision in Colorado, but they stayed their own decision because they knew it was going to be contested, because you cannot do that. He's not been found guilty of anything, okay, that would make him ineligible. And he's the president. I've already got it in my things, man. It says in the 14th Amendment, okay, and it does not say the president, because the president it's an office and a title. It does not automatically make him an officer. Yes, he's the commander in chief, but He is not an officer, nor was he a member of the Congress, nor was he a member of the state legislature, nor was he an officer of the court or the judicial. So the 14th Amendment doesn't apply to him anyway. They're misusing it.
Yeah, but I heard that they still can take him off the ballot regardless if it's right or
No,
wrong.
they cannot.
Well,
No,
then
they
why are they
cannot.
appealing the decision?
Who's appealing the decision?
Trump people appealed the decision of the Colorado Supreme Court.
People did, and that's how they have to do it. That's how the process is at a Supreme Court at the state level. Where do you go from there? No answer? Okay, that's because
the Supreme Court of the United States.
Yes, and they will have to hear it. They can't just deny hearing it. That's not how that works. You can't remove him off the ballot. That's why they turned around and they did not remove him from the ballot. They put a stay on their decision because even they know they can't do that. That's why they put the stay on there, which means he's still on the ballot.
I appreciate the information. I just know that I've been hearing from, all these news sources, not just mainstream media, but, Fox, which is worthless anyway. That's the only news I can get out here anyway. The Tyrus, what's his name? He was talking about it, and he says, well, they're going to have to make a decision to reverse that decision.
They're saying a lot of things right now. They also said that Trump is considering Nikki Haley. That's bullshit.
Oh,
There's
Trump
no way.
sucks. Yeah, Trump is. I'm not Trump. I mean Fox. Fox is terrible. Terrible.
Nikki Haley he would never consider Nikki Haley. It's CBS trying to throw clutter.
Never.
Okay, he would never consider her. Secondly, what you're probably running into, Janine, is clutter. People are saying, "Oh, this, that, and the other." There's possibility. No, there's no possibility. If the laws is actually adhered to, and they go by other precedent, they can't do anything. They can't remove him from the ballot because guess. They get to run the election, but guess who appoints the candidates? It's the parties at the federal level, not the state level. We don't appoint candidates individually at the state level because if that was the case, we'd have 50 different people running for president during the general election. Actually, it'd be 100 because it'd be Democrat and Republican.
Right, but then, it's against the law for us to be letting, because I live in the San Diego area, and people are just flooding, and that's against the law. You can't just let people in. I mean, there's a rule of law to follow, and he's doing it. It's like everything these people are doing. Oh yeah, it's against the law, but they're doing it anyway. They don't care.
No, you have the military. You have actually a couple different things going on. Texas is trying to block it. You've got military going down there cutting the concertina wire. Arizona's trying to block it. You have concertina wire being cut there too by the military. And this is ordered by Joe Biden, not the states. Okay? The states themselves are trying to stop it. Matter of fact, if you heard, and this might actually not be true either, but Arizona was considering taking Joe Biden off the ballot because of the influx of people coming across the border.
Well, they're saying that because of insurrection, which Jack Smith has not even charged Trump with, and the insurrection is because of Biden is committing insurrection by allowing this invasion of the southern border. So, yeah, they have a reason against Biden for sure.
Well, insurrection, people kind of just throwing that word out without kind of really defining it. And it's actually the definition of insurrection is taking over governmental workings and operating the government as your own. So remind me again, anyone that's coming across the border, unless they're being put in there, well, see, there you go. You're having illegals come in and then take office. That's insurrection. Okay. But if people walk through the Capitol and no laws have been made or changed, they didn't pass any laws on January 6th from my memory. Does anybody else know of any law that these people who walked through the hallways, did they pass a law? Anyone? No? Okay. So they didn't commit an insurrection. And that's why not a single court has actually charged any of these people with insurrection. That's
but they're in prison for years. For 20 years, I met the guy, the Proud Boys guy, Enrique Tarrio.
Yeah, trespassing. It's trespassing. It's not insurrection.
If
What's
you go
that?
to DC, Janine, do you understand? Do you understand that once you cross into DC, you're trespassing?
Yeah, and they're using the Patriot Act. They're not using the other.
Oh, okay. I don't
Yeah.
know
Yeah,
which they're using,
that's
but
the
they're
reason.
they're imprisoning on people that are innocent.
Because you're dealing with a 10 square mile of land or 10 square miles of land that is not yours or mine. It is not United States soil.
It's not. It's
Yeah,
not
but he
United
wasn't
States.
there. From what I understand, Tario wasn't even there when they
No,
trapped
he
him.
wasn't. They were trying to say he was
They were
planning
entrapping
on
him with
going or blah blah blah. But
he
the
was a
truth is,
mastermind.
do you remember the like the 3-4 days prior when everybody was going there getting their hotels, and Antifa showed up, and at night they would beat up like the elderly people or like young people, like really young people.
Yep.
They would wait to, do you remember that? That is why they made that plan to go. And I'm sure that they said that in court and oh, show us the proof. You know what I'm saying? Like there was a lot of proof of people getting beat up days prior because I remember watching it. You know, the days prior leading up to that where people were, you know, I guess getting their hotel rooms and stuff.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And the thing was,
Do
is
you
that,
remember that? Yeah.
yeah, but here's the problem. They're not going to hold Antifa accountable who went there to turn around and said things that they were going to do. But they're going to
Yeah.
hold these guys accountable for going there and trying to defend old people and the people who could not defend themselves.
Yeah,
So,
do you remember that? Like really beating up the old people. Like it was like they were trying to piss us off.
Yeah, it was true.
that's
And
what they want. They want us to react within that 10 square miles because
Mm-hmm.
then is when they can go, okay, martial law.
yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much they're
Well, I
using
mean, so
Antifa.
what about Tario? Like, what's his deal? He wasn't even there, so why is he in jail?
They entrapped him with a particular set of documents claiming that he made the manifesto that caused all of January 6th.
Yeah, like he planned it and plotted it. No, he was planning on where his people were going to be stationed in order to protect the elderly and, you know, the folks that were really getting beat up. People died that day. They never mentioned them. What was that woman's name? The one that got beat up by the cops?
You mean the one
Um,
that got killed, Ashley Babbitt?
not her, but
No,
Not
there's a
she
her.
got
The
different
killed
one
one.
that
too.
got trampled at the door. There's one that got trampled at the door. I believe she died. Nobody even mentioned her.
Nobody even mentioned her name.
Yeah, it's true. And she's an older
Yeah.
lady.
Yes, they trampled her. And the cops were like beating on her. And so of course all these military guys are gonna turn around and they went into like military mode. Like they were going to go after the cops. And the cops like threw, you know, these what do you call them? The things that blow up and smoke comes out. Those
Smoke
and
bomb.
smoke bomb. That was a hard one. Throwing them, yes, and they couldn't see, and people were starting to get pushed around. It was just such a mess. But you know what? Nancy Pelosi's daughter was upstairs filming her mother. It was all planned. It was so like it was just planned out. They all knew this shit was going to go down.
Yeah, there were so many videos and people talking about this days before, about what Antifa and BLM was going to do.
What about
No,
Jaden X? Remember Jaden X?
yeah, the BLM
Yeah.
guy that went in with the CNN reporter.
Yeah, but he was also there when Ashley Babbitt got shot. He was in that room.
Yeah, and people didn't notice that he changed because he had a Trump hat and Trump, I think, a
Mm-hmm.
T-shirt, and then inside where she got shot, that's where he changed. And
That's
he
right.
Well, and
changed
the
to all
video of
black.
Ashley Babbitt, the longer video of Ashley Babbitt, you'll see that there are people right there in the stairwell that are changing out of black uniform
Yeah,
and then changing into Trump hats right there behind
yeah,
her. Dude,
and
that's
Yeah.
fucking,
and he's one
that's
of them.
seriously sick.
And he's one of them, which is crazy.
Yeah, and it was his video, Jaden X. He's one of them.
And he's the
He's
one. And he's the
Antifa.
one talking to the Ray Epps guy too.
Yes,
Like the day
Ray
before.
Epps. And Ray Epps is not in jail. Let's go to the Capitol. Let's go in. We're going in.
And then
He's the only one who
Antifa,
ever said that.
that is true. I mean, there was a lot of all these, I think agents, shields for the government were actually trying to like cost stir. There was videos
It's right
actually on
there on
Tifa.
video. It's on video that they released. There's literally like 30 or 40 different shots there where you see a badge flashed right underneath the camera, thinking that they couldn't see the badge to the person to the Capitol Police. So you have undercover at Capitals or FBI or provocateurs showing badges to the cops, but it's all caught on camera.
Yeah, come on. All of it is. All
Yeah,
of it's
and there
on
was also
camera.
videos of saying which hotels the Antifa and LB Black Lives Matter members were staying at too.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
bottom
and
line is we need to get rid of the Biden administration.
Yeah,
amen.
but people don't notice that all that was pretty much like propaganda or psyops for both sides, because I don't know if anybody ever saw the interview on Channel 7 or Channel CBS or ABC about this the military guy, the National Guard guy, and he's talking about they're there for when they showed up on the week before the um, Biden was sworn in. He says in the news live, yeah, we're here for a peaceful transition to military power, not presidential. It was military, um, and people don't pay attention to those things.
Well, there were a lot of little details spilled here and there. And the thing is that you have to collect these little pieces to understand what's really actually going on.
Dr. Jan Helper earlier, she also mentioned, there is going to be psyops, there is going to be misinformation for both sides. There's few people that will see the patterns, that will connect the dots, like 17 and outright was talking about the Ezra Cohen press conference that I put up on the Nest, but it's not the full one no more. Before they had the full version, which is Christopher Miller talking, and then he brings up Ezra. But Christopher Miller talks about pretty much how the military operations was going on for almost 20 years, and other details. And now they deleted that video from, I can't find it no more. So what's happening is real, and I'm pretty sure people seen the new DEP clock talking about the December 23rd, 1913. So it's already 110 years yesterday from the Federal Reserve was created.
Wow.
Yep. So it's almost coming to an end. Everything's going to change soon. Just like Dr. Jim Helper earlier said, it's not going to happen in the next 30 days. It could happen in a couple of months. I believe the timeline should be around April.
So when that happens, all right. So the debt clock runs out. What happens?
Well, it's happened a few times before, actually, in the history of the United States and the world, actually. You've had nations basically cash out their currency, and they usually, whenever you look at it, they'll have had a paper currency or some other form other than actual physical, like metals. And when they collapse, they go right back over to the metals. So, and that's what's actually happening with a lot of these cryptocurrencies now being created in the United States, is that you have them all starting to back themselves on real physical metal, okay? Something that has real value. A lot of them are going with gold and silver. And silver, people were like, well, why wouldn't they just stick with gold? Well, silver actually has more uses industrially than gold does. Gold, you'll see it like sometimes on like headphone jacks where you'll plate things, it's just some plating for some things. And it's more looks, because silver actually conducts better than gold. because of the fact that gold has a lower melting temperature than silver does. Actually, quite a bit lower. It's very, very soft. Silver is not. It's a little bit harder as a soft metal. And copper slightly even more so. And copper is another one I try to tell people it's your third option to go ahead and stack, but it's going to become more useful industrially than it was before because of the fact that if there is an SHTF moment, and we're going to have copper become more highly in demand than other things because that is the main thing that is on all of these circuit boards. Copper first, then platinum and silver after that. So that's what's on all these circuit boards. The gold is kind of like more of a currency metal, okay? And there are some like limited uses here and there for gold. But, oh yeah, the other thing is that silver's medicinal too. So that's another thing. That isn't only industrial heavily used. It's also good for your health.
Medicinal? Like you can eat it?
Yes. I take it all the time. It's called colloidal silver. It's micromolecule silver. Yes.
Okay. Like
Well,
shaved down or something?
Not shaved down. It's in a liquid. And see, all right.
Like
Historically, I'm going to bring a fact that most people didn't pay attention to. You know why the rich weren't sick most of the time? It's because they ate off of silverware, real silver.
That's right.
And they were ingesting silver every time they took a bite. Okay. This is why silverware was stolen by the poor, because they wouldn't let the poor buy silverware. It was only for the rich. When you were a peasant back in the day, before America was formed, you ate off of wooden spoons, bone spoons. You didn't eat off of silver. Only the rich had silver. There you go.
Well, I had silver from my mother. And, all right, so.
But this is before America was formed. See, this is the thing that actually made that possible. Even the poor could own silverware at that point when we came here and made America. See? And it's not that certain families wouldn't own silver, but they'd have to really, really spend a lot of money prior to America being formed just to get silverware.
No, my mother married rich. But what happened was, so I get
or
the
that,
silver.
take the short route.
So the silver gets tarnished, right? So we moved a few times, me and the kids, and my son says, this is dirty looking. And he starts throwing the silver out.
Oh, no.
Throughout the fudging silverware. Because he said it looked dirty. I said, it's not dirty. It needs to be polished. I want to kill him. Kill him, I say.
Oh, my goodness. You know how much a real silverware set is these days? My God.
I know, full silverware set.
You're looking at least a real good silver set these days. If you want a real high quality, because of the cost of everything and what they've jacked with the money and played with. I was looking the other day, a really good, real silverware set is anywhere from $3,500. My God, to more than $7,000.
Oh, I want to kill this kid even more. I bought him for Christmas a cell phone, the new iPhone, and that's not cheap. I mean, and he wasn't really a good kid.
A $3,000 iPhone. You know what you should do? Grab that iPhone and say, "Look, this is paying for that silverware you threw away."
I can't believe you threw it, but it looked dirty. I'm like, all right, press. You couldn't have asked me or cleaned it. You couldn't tell it was silver. Oh, I wanted to kill him. I'm telling you, kids, I tell you, they're all bad.
See, and this is the stuff they don't teach you in school that they still taught us in school. They taught us all about silver in chemistry class.
Yeah. Oh no, he's very good at finding the real silver coins. He knows how they bounce and stuff. But he couldn't figure out the fork was freaking silver.
Well, silver makes a particular sound when it drops. It's not like the minted coins of else. Yeah.
And he's really good at that. But yeah, my silverware. Ugh. Go ahead, Tough, honey.
So, excuse me. So this conversation is getting me, is reminding me of something I wanted to talk to you about, Tish. We were in a space and we were, talking about the pits of hell and how smelling like sulfur is a common.
Sulfur, yes.
And when people are around demons, they might, or they sense demons are around, or ghosts, they might smell sulfur.
Mm-hmm.
And what else was there? Oh, so then I got into how I discovered how interesting sulfur is in terms of how it brings life to the bottom of the ocean. And so I thought, well, maybe that's the light, that's the source of, it's like, it almost serves like the sun. So the sulfur that comes up from the like tubes, the lava tubes, I guess.
Black smokers is what you're talking about, but go ahead. Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. Got the commentary there. That healing and energy to the bottom of the ocean, and that's how those weird fish and creatures can grow down there. And it also is very healing. So it's in
or demons.
Right, or demons, right? But it's also, so when I figured out the healing properties of it was because of a vitamin that's very common. Do you recall MSM and glucosamine, which is good for joints, right? So MSM is sulfur. So it's healing for pain. So I started putting that together going, oh, this is weird. So hell smells like sulfur, but it brings life. So, obvious ideas. Oh, it must provide the life source for the underground world, right?
The underbelly.
Yeah.
Well, the reason that they pick sulfur as being equivocated to hell is because if you actually go to a sulfur mine, raw sulfur really stinks. And I mean stinks. So strong that it actually feels like it's permeating your entire clothing. So, yeah, that's why they did that. It's literally just the smell.
Gives me a headache. The thought of
it's just the smell.
Are you saying symbolically? You think symbolically?
Yeah, it's a symbolic association. It really is, because sulfur. One of the greatest places in the United States to actually get sulfur in your water is North Carolina. They actually, in most of their specifically the city of Asheville, you can go anywhere in that city. And I know I used to live there. You can go anywhere in that city, ask for a glass of water. They'll get a glass out of the cupboard. And as soon as that faucet comes on, you can smell the sulfur. And it's right there in the groundwater. And I lived on the very, very mountaintops. I was living in Madison County. It has a nickname from a long time ago. Very racist stuff happened back then. But yes, it's that Madison County. In that county.
So go ahead.
And in that county, I was living on the mountainside, and this was a creek that was running right off the top of the mountain. We weren't probably about 800 to 1,200 yards away from the top of the mountain that we were up against. And the water flowed right from the top, right out of the ground, and then came right by the actual house right there. And they had a force pipe of gravity that they fed straight into the trailer. So it fed the trailer right there on the side of the mountain with fresh sulfur infused water. And I'll tell you what, I actually felt really good when I was drinking the water down there, and a lot more energy. And it felt like repairs were going on more often than not. So I think it has something to do with repair parts of your body. The sulfur does.
Yeah, because too much of it, I'm pretty sure when I read, I think there's also, of course, a problem with drinking too much. But that would be, interesting to look into. But the point I wanted to get into the next thing I discovered. So not only is it symbolic, but my point, what I'm getting at is that, I'm always researching as to how the Bible and how the things of the scriptures, especially the spooky stuff or the spiritual stuff, how can we look at that in a more concrete, scientific, for lack of a better word, Christians don't like to use the word science in relation to the Bible, but I think, I don't understand why, because the Lord made this science, and I feel like Christians feel like the spirit realm, the things of the Bible and the spirit world are completely separate than the systems of our environment around us, the science around us. But as I've studied it, and I was determined to, my common sense said, no, God would work within the systems he set up. And the sulfur topic is another example of that. So, okay, a little bit of a cool thing is, the Bible term, this isn't about sulfur, but this is about the systems. This is what got me thinking, is Satan fell like lightning. And I thought, well, that sounds dramatic, but then I started learning about lightning and what lightning is. And then it got really interesting, because then it gets into plasma and how things are sent through plasma streams. Like a neon tube you see in a sign, the red, the blue, all the different colors, that's a plasma tube. And the sun is plasma. And so electrons carry code and all this stuff, and electrons are in lightning. So I started thinking, wow.
And plasma's all around us. They actually have that little thing on the front of planes, that little antenna that actually has the little ball of plasma that forms on it.
Okay.
That's to keep it away from the shell of the plane. It actually will form on the actual shell of the plane if they don't do that.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I heard that airplane went through a volcanic plume of all this, volcano stuff going in the air, and the light and the plane had to fly through it, and had like lightning or plasma probably going all along the length of the plane due to flying through that dust storm. Because it creates
and that's
friction.
what you're going to get if you. That'll make that little pointy antenna on the front. It's called a plasma antenna. That's what I call it in Canada. That might not be the actual aeronautical term for it, but that's what it serves as. Is it keeps that plasma away. So what you're describing is a condition that overrides that entire structure. It makes it completely useless.
Yeah, and lightning is so important. So like H2O, like, hydrogen and H2O. So it's two parts hydrogen, whatever, it doesn't matter. The two belongs to the
1 part oxygen.
2 oxygen. Okay. So the H2O.
No, two hydrogen, 1 oxygen.
Oh, sorry. Your phone went blurby. So the way I learned, I think it's so neat. I get all nerded out on it. I'll like, whoa, I just discovered something else that's cool. So to separate the two elements, if you want to do it, if you're a scientist, you wanted to separate those two and like control cells, it's through electricity, which is plasma. It's a form of plasma. So electricity really has a lot of usefulness in the spirit realm. Now back to sulfur. So now people talk about when they're around evil, either in the spirit realm or evil people, they'll smell sulfur. I mean, not always, but that's a common thing. Now, so I decided to look up sulfur, and I saw the drawing to represent it. I don't know what that's called, like a periodic table emblem.
Symbol.
Yeah, a symbol. And it has a weird shape to it. And then that same day, someone sent me symbols for the Kabbalah. And it was the same symbol for sulfur. And it was part of the Kabbalah, which is the Zionist, what the Kabbalah is, right? Most people know.
Yeah, Ark knows. Got Ark.
Go ahead, Ark.
No, yeah, I want to hear what Tough is. Finish what you were saying, and I'll.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I kind of faded in that because I thought you'd all go, yeah, we know what the Kabbalah is. But the Kabbalah, I'm learning more and more about it from smart people here on X, especially a guy named Matt. He talks about the Kabbalah like Jewish witchcraft. And as I looked into it, I see what he's saying because of the so the good Jewish book is the Torah, And then the one that's the more sketchy, weird one is the, dang it, what's it called in the book that's like the rabbis with the molesting children and all that?
The Talmud?
Yeah. Yeah, the Torah is the good one, and the Talmud.
The Talmud,
the Talmud talks about you can have sex with a baby and it's okay, and you can marry a super young child and you can have sex with a little boy. You know, all this creepy stuff, because it was the writings of the Jews after they were taken into captivity into Babylon. And then what I read in the Wikipedia article is that it changes with every generation. So whatever the trends are, it'll pick up, including, you know, paganism and sex magic and all this weird stuff. And so the end of my long speech is that their symbol, one of their symbols was that of sulfur. And I saw it in the same day when I was doing my research, and I just got really creeped out and I thought, what are they doing? They're like really hanging on to the symbol for what people smell in hell. I don't know. It's just weird. And then also the underground gods. I've been talking about this in space, is that the underworld is connected to the Anunnaki, the Druids of the British monarchy, and all the Druid history in England. The Druids go all over the place. And of course, the underworld, that's the abyss that the devils are supposed to come out of. And there's been some other civilizations that believe in an underworld god as well. But I think it's really strange. The Anunnaki are of the underworld gods. So there's just, it's getting just really strange. And the Nazis, that's the other one. The Nazis were part of a cult that believed in the underworld gods. And the Nazis were actually boring underground, trying to find access to the underworld kingdoms. And now, I'm saying one more thing. Have you guys seen the stuff online showing these underworld cities? Like in big, huge caverns and big monuments and big things built underground? I had no idea.
Yeah, I'll put a news article about that here. The one they discovered in LA. There's actually a news article from the LA Times talking about a city from the underground from actually lizard people. Well, I put up in the nest on top. I don't think anybody could see that. I don't know if Tish or Tuff, you want to read that small verse from the Bible. They discovered this thing in the ocean. Every time we were talking about this earlier with Tisha, Tuff, everything you mentioned. How I was telling people why is it that all these creatures, fishes, or what do you want to call them, that are from the deep ocean, they look so ugly. They're very ugly. They look like monsters if you think about it. And then I told them, and I read that verse, and pretty much that pretty much answers everything, because they are coming from their underworld. There's a movie actually that explains this. That actually, to me, is either disclosure, or you could take it as a predictive programming. Pacific Rim explains that pretty well. The Pacific Rim talks about how
Pacific Rim. Who's in that?
Not sure, but it's from Del Toro. Guillermo del Toro. He filmed it. I think he wrote it.
It sounds so familiar.
Yeah.
Pacific Rim. All right then.
Yeah, it does. Now that's really interesting too, because now we all know about the sacred geometry, right? And how things look good through the measurement of what God set up for beauty, right? So does sacred geometry change as you get into the depths of evil? And, I don't have a concrete definition for what I just said, but those monsters and they're weird, like the huge mouth, right? They got these big mouths. They look like piranha, sort of, right?
Well,
Or
the one in the
oh,
video
like
on
the
top,
picture you
the one in the
have
video
art
is actually humanoid. It's actually a video. You can actually watch it. Yeah, it looks
that
humanoid.
looks
It has
just
hands,
like what you
legs.
described.
Yeah,
Oh, I had no idea.
yeah.
What is it?
This one's
Yes,
humanoid,
it's so creepy. Go look at
and it
that.
looks like a fish at the same time.
Yeah, it's like part fish, part. It looks like a demon. It's straight up demon.
You know,
Let me see
and
if I
that's
can
why,
find it.
before Noah, like in Noah's time, when before the flood happened, they were doing all these scientific experiments on humans and animals and chimeras and all this crazy stuff. So I mean, that's all from the fallen angels. That's all from Lucifer.
But you know what? Wait a minute. Are you talking about that creature laying face down on the table?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks
That
fake.
actually, and I'd like to jump in here, and I'm sorry, I don't normally like to do that, but that particular thing that you're looking at there, a lot of these things are animatronics, and they are actually put together by special effects studios. And the thing is that you're not going to find any real autopsy on this thing that's going to be accurate. That thing laying on the table is not real. Now, you'll see a lot of other things that out there that look strange, animals that come out of the bottom, out of the deep. And the main reason they look so strange is because when they're down there at the bottom of the ocean, they're under so much pressure. Okay. And when they come up, especially if they come up too fast, it will distort and bulge out and explode different parts of their body to where their skin and their appearance is no longer as it originally was. You have some things that just get bigger and more, pronounced, and they look fatter than they normally would where they would be down at pressure. So you have had a lot of conversation. This conversation has been had probably 1 billion times for the last 2,000 years or more, probably longer than that, probably all the way back to the Sumerians. These things would wash up on shore at different periods. It's not like these are the first time these things are washing up on shore. This is like the billionth time in this planet's history. And every time land dwellers see these things that they've never seen before, their first response is, wow, that's monstrous. There must be something bad down there. There must be sea serpents. You see what I'm saying? So you'll have these large creatures, and there's actually some pretty large creatures down there, okay? And when they come up, they don't look quite right. That's because their bodies deform from having the pressure released. It's just like if you go out into space, any one of us goes out into space and we decompress, we will explode because we have pressure that is countering the pressure that we experience atmospherically. So if the atmosphere is taken away, each and every one of us would explode completely. We'd blow up.
Well, that's interesting. ARC has the most interesting posts, but I've learned to say, ARC, did you double check that?
Yeah, Art, you need to go back and double check that. Don't get me wrong. That's a
I
really
believe
good creation, but
I believe it.
But there is videos that came out on the news of how these creatures do come on the beach, because I do live in LA, and sometimes they do pop up at least once a year. These crazy creatures, and there's locals taking pictures when they're there. So those are not fake; those are 100% real.
Well, I gotta be there,
and they do look very fucking disturbing. And
no, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but I definitely need to be there to see this myself. I've done a lot of beach combing in my life, and we're talking up and down. The only parts I haven't really been is the California coast. Now, I've been north of that. I've been on the Oregon coast. I've been on the Washington coast. I've been all along the East Coast. I've been to 3 of the Great Lakes. I've been to the largest man-made lake in all of the world at the time. It's no longer that way because drought shrunk it, but it was Lake Sakakawea. And there are reports of Jacques Cousteau going down back in, good Lord, I don't even quite remember when it was, but he was there. It's a story the locals tell there that Jacques Cousteau came and he went and did a dive. He was up within about 30 minutes. I don't even think it was quite that long. It was about 30, 35 minutes, actually. Yeah, I think that's what they said. And he was back up with his crew, and they were packing up because they saw freshwater fish down there large enough to swallow his submersible. And there are towns and a jet that sit at the bottom of that lake still. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there.
Insane. Oh, I'm sorry, Lewis. Lewis has his hand up. Go ahead, Lewis.
No, I was just gonna agree that yeah, there's like say what I think it was Leo was saying was like at the bottom of the ocean, the barometric pressure. I mean, you know, like in our atmosphere, we have what we call barometric pressure, or there's a pressure that we exist in when, like, say, fish at the bottom of the ocean, they're under like 1,000 times the atmosphere of what we're under. So when they do come up prematurely or
15.7
whatever, it
PSI.
creates a situation where they expand. And the same thing would happen to us in space. But anyways, what I originally was going to say was that I sent a response back to Tough for a DM she sent me. So that's basically what I wanted to say, but I kind of got caught up in the rest of the conversation. But I'll go ahead and let y'all go back again.
14.7 PSI on the surface.
Yes, sir, indeed. And we have an internal pressure that counters that. Otherwise, we would implode. It would push us and squeeze us. So we have this internal pressure that's created to counter that. And above and beyond that, I wanted to go back to the symbols. Symbols throughout history have been used and reused and reused and reused and reused and reused constantly. Okay. Greatest example I can pick out of is at one time the Celts had a symbol that's very much like the swastika. And it was then taken later at some point by other cultures and eventually ended up handing the Germans. You had the Native Americans. Hopis, I believe, is the one that actually had a symbol that was basically exactly like it. And some other tribes. It was actually a symbol of, at one time, fertility, unity, and longevity. But then somebody uses the symbol for something else. You know, I mean, you had some people that got fooled, okay, into thinking that a particular hand gesture was and it was literally one side trolling the other. I watched it happen. I sat back and stayed out of it and just watched one side go, hey, this is what this means. And the other side, but hey, look at all those. And I went, really? They fooled you. They just said something that wasn't real and you believed it. And that was demonstrating the fallacy of the thinking of the other side. And that's all I was watching. It was a thought experiment. And I watched one side play it on the
Let's do that. Let's come up with a hand gesture and make it spread and see if it comes back.
Well, they already did. They did it. They remember they had that little symbol. It was I think it was the peace symbol or something else that was spread all over the place. And then it was the right side said that, oh, they mentioned that this is just, you know, a thing. But the other side grabbed that little piece, just that little suggestion, and they went all in on it. And then the entire other side just laughed and said, see how they will take a falsehood and then just run with it.
Yeah, like I want to make one up though. Let's make one up.
You want to do it again?
Yes, I do. I do.
Because you do remember that, don't you? You do remember when that happened, huh?
Yeah, I think I do. I think so.
It was the OK symbol. It was the symbol for OK.
Oh, okay. I'm like, okay. You know what the OK symbol's for, right? What it really means? It was when they used to use bow and arrows, and they would shoot them. No, I'm sorry. When they captured them, they would cut their fingers off so they could not use the bow, right? So, oh no, that's the middle finger story.
Yeah, I was about to say you can use a bow with the middle finger and your ring finger.
Yeah, scratch that. The middle finger is what they gave them to say we could use the bow.
Exactly.
Sorry, guys, got that backwards. But we have not heard from.
But you know, Tish, you were really cute when you were saying it, though.
And technically, the OK symbol is a diver's symbol. It's to let the other diver know that you are not in distress. You are okay.
Yeah. Which,
I like
honestly,
that.
come on.
Hello, people. I like that.
Hello, how are you? Merry Christmas, and what is on your mind tonight? You're on WPLJ. No, nothing? Anything? Something? Ramix?
Do you hear
Did
me?
I lose you, buddy?
No?
Now I can, sir.
Damn.
Yes,
No,
we
I
can hear
can.
you.
Alrighty then. I don't think he wanted to talk to us. I think he just wanted to mess with us, but we'll
Why
see.
is
Maybe
it
I'll
I
come
seem
back.
to attract that? That's 2 days in a row. What the heck?
I know it's you. No, he's coming back. He's coming back. Okay.
He
Good,
seems
good. Huh?
he seems sincere.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see if he starts cursing at you.
Hey, people. Do you hear me? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
sir.
The thing is, let's say that way. But I've been living in the East and in the Soviet Union, and well, I have some years. So I've been kind of figuring out, but digging out, but now sacred geometry connection with symbols. How the sacred geometry gonna show you all the symbols, and then nearby those symbols there are 147, but I put it into the red purple pill. There are 147
Oh, nice.
symbols, and this description, but now coming from gas dynamics, how you start, but describing gas dynamics, how molecules are fitting together, and how those hexagons and pentagons and all those things are forming by the step by step, like you starting from two lines, which is a cross or Christos. Then you're gonna get dot, which is Egyptian god, and that dot you're using, but now like a center point of your attention, but and then you describe first circle on that cross, which is Odin, and then but it goes by the way that we have been lied to, but so many times, but and there is but clever but institution, but who take it apart, but like what they say, but God been dividing those languages. But in the same time, but they've been hiding that sacred geometry behind behind the compass device, which you were using to make a circle, and those circles all concentrical and even. But like you're using your radius, which is inside your palm, pinky is two lines, center lines. There is a square circle. When you measure it, you're gonna get to the Ra. That Ra, but gonna give you next step, like connection with your eyes, which is Ka. 4 times Ra is Ka. And I have a lot of material about this, but in my bookmarks, but now all those.
I just followed you.
Yeah, all those drawings, I've been kind of trying to explain for the people, but already 15 years that one. But that is kind of don't have questions but behind it. But when I explain the steps, but people don't get it, but somehow, but in English, I speak 6 languages, and that's why I kind of start seeing those, but
Oh,
where
God
those
bless
symbols,
you.
where those symbols went, but I see, but no directions, but like Sanskrit, Hebrew, Chaldean, Kirillitsa, and Latin, but and now the Latin, but they took those syllables and callings of those symbols apart and turned it backwards, like they like to do. Everything is backwards and lie, like, and then, but when you start just drawing them, then the system gonna open for you himself. You don't have to invent anything, but it's step by step. It's a division How many divisions are going to be? 4, 6, 8, or 12? Like they say the 3, 6, 9, but Tesla, but it's kind of half true again, because there is 12, but the completion of the circle. We have 12 hours, 12 constellations, 12 months, 12 apostles, but everything is hidden there, but it's coded. When you just start using this compass, which is in the Mason's flag, and when you know how the system evolving, then there is no secrets for you anymore. But it's so hard to explain in English. But I myself Estonian from Eastern Europe, and
so I want to help you there. I want to help you there just a little bit, folks. What he's describing is the fact that everything, even symbols especially have power, and everything is a tool.
Yes,
they've been used for good, and they've been used for bad. Symbols also have that same capability, and I think that's what he was jumping on, was expanding what I had said before, because that goes right along with that. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, exactly. There is no good or bad, but there is only fact which is coming out of this sacred geometry, and those symbols have callings. I myself disabled, but I've been kind of researching it already over 20 years. But this thing, I can't draw. I know, but there is going to be colors. There is going to be even sounds. You can hear them. I guess there is going to be sounds also. But now the problem is, they gave us backwards. English is acronyms, spells, and curses. They could give everything backward. Latin is already scrambled. They took those syllables, callings, and names, turned them backward, and scrambled those syllables. And now we're having new words, because every our book is written with the words which using those syllables. But by the way, they've been kind of cutting those syllables. Now we have like Hebrew have 22, Latin have 26, Kirillitsa have 33 symbols, and Sanskrit having, but there are many, but 90, 95 and 59 and 100, even 70 something, but in Sanskrit. There is about 3 directions in Sanskrit, like Tamil, Hindi, Urdu, and Sanskrit. 4 directions there. And they're all having a different number of syllables or those symbols. But those symbols what's been made up. Every language have made up symbols which are not coming from Torah. Tor is a torus, like energy movement, universal energy movement, Tor. And A is a first letter in Torah. This is a letter plot, but I put it into the purple pill, but I like to have some questions, but then I'm kind of more possible to give you information, but because English is not my first language.
Hey, after Art goes, I want to ask you a question, Ram.
Of course. Go ahead, Art.
All right. Now I was just going to talk. First, read the verse. Isaiah 27:1. The King James is different, so if you want to read the King James after Tisha, there's a different has something else. And that day, the Lord, with his severe sword, great and strong, will punish Leviathan, the fleeing serpent, Leviathan, the twisted serpent, and he will slay the reptile that is in the sea. Okay, that's in the Bible.
Ooh.
Now, I've had this video since April. And Leo, I wish you could send me the information how to debunk the video, because I've seen this video different times since April on all social medias, and I've never seen anybody debunk this video.
Where did you get? What was that verse? I'm sorry, Art.
Isaiah 27.
I'll give you one detail that tells me it's not a legit video. If that thing came out of the water, it would have a dry seal, what's called a dry seal on it. Okay, when he moves that head, there is no indication on the surface of the skin of that thing, that there has been a dry seal formed. If it's out of the water for more than 20 minutes, a dry seal forms. The slime creates it. Okay. Anything that runs through the water,
What if they dried it out?
anything and everything, even turtles have a slime on them.
Here's another thing I noticed too. So when you make sculptures and you pour a rubbery, I have experience in the sign industry, and I've seen how signs are molded. That to me, that looks like a molded pour. So they sculpted that thing out of, let's say, a wax material, something soft, whatever they sculpted it out of, and then they created a mold, and then they poured a rubbery substance into it because there's no seams.
And then painted and colored the outside.
It just looks
That's
like one
probably
big.
one color.
It looks like one big pour. There's no joints. There's no separation of body parts. It's
So
just
me and
one.
Art will prove it right, and you guys can prove it wrong.
It's corpse study is all it is, and the thing is, a dead body just gives off certain details.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no joints there. It's all one solid rubbery thing.
yeah, it does. I mean, yeah, it looks latex, rubbery at the time. Okay, there's another video on top that I post. It says killed for discovering the firmament. They're not talking about the firmament on top. They're talking about the firmament on the ocean. I'm pretty sure anybody here that's seen those videos, there's lakes in the ocean. History or anybody, no university in history, no university now teaches that. But yet those lakes exist. Now, the density of those lakes are different than the ocean. Nobody could go in. And those lakes are the ones that are going to the underworld that separates us from the underworld. Now,
I want to end up in those lakes, and they've actually done studies. They actually find lakes within lakes too. There's actually chemicals in those lakes.
I can explain that one. I can explain that one. The mercury being used, but in energy systems, but before the time, but now when the thing being destroyed, but last time. But the mercury, but they've been hiding this mercury. It's in the Baltic Sea. It's some guy, but find, but also lake under the sea, like. But that guy, but now died, but now some weird way. It's a mercury. It is a mercury under the water, but because it's heavier, but it's gonna lay down there. It's a mercury, but they've been hiding this mercury. Mercury is about now substance of energy. How you say, but it's not a battery, but it's more like inertia, like you supporting the motion in the mercury wave, and then the mercury, but now is it, but now some.
Yes, it's right.
Jar or something, but it's kind of that motion being kept there, but with the bells and organs. It's been started up with bells, and then later on, but it's been kind of supported with the organs. Those are not churches; those are energy machines. But look where they are appearing, but in the cities, in the villages, but where they are appearing, and look how the streets are but running away from those cathedrals. Those are not churches. 300 years ago, but there were no crosses under those churches. I can send you pictures. I have French library, but now, which is kind of describing all Europe, and all Europe were but in starports. Every country I've been seeing, every country and every city were starport. But later on, they demolished them. But in the First World War, but now. It's all been demolished. Look, these tanks and now equipment which been used in the First World War, very big ones. They've been demolishing this architecture, and that one is also by sacred geometry again. Those people knew about sacred geometry before, but then it's been hidden from us because now sacred geometry is 6 circles around one, but that it doesn't describe anything or evolve. It's repeating himself only. But you need 12 circles around the one. Then you got 13 moons, and you're going to get all explanations about everything we know. But that's the point, but where you have to start with the one circle, and then by going into system. Thanks.
And he's right. A lot of those lakes that are underneath those lakes and other oceans and seas, they're mercury lakes. And they're also there's a particular lake that has an acid layer where there's no fish that can dive down into it. You actually have a fish that sometimes will wander into that layer. It's basically an acid lake underneath a regular water lake. So you have these things that have formed either naturally or unnaturally through things that man has done, or I could argue even possible other things, and that was where I was going to wrap around to back to something somebody said, that the Anunnaki, they're not an underground. They speak of their own planet called Nibiru. All right, that's who's tied to that planet, is the Anunnaki. And if you go to the books, Enoch, Enki, Enlil, you'll find that the Anunnaki are tied directly in with those. And that at one point, if you really read, there was the belief of human beings that these people, because they were taller, larger, stronger in appearance, physically stronger, that these individuals were somehow gods because they came down on chariots of fire. Okay, the chariots of fire from the air. And if we came to a planet with our combustion engines and we happened upon one, say we could actually travel that far in a viable enough amount of time, and we went and landed on somebody else's planet that had nothing like that, nothing anywhere near it, didn't even have the air balloons yet, all living in tribes all over the planet, they would consider what we do to be monumentally, totally unimaginable. So they would revere us, that we had gone to such a magical level to them. Okay, so they may mistake us, which is kind of why they have that prime directive in Star Trek, and they actually opened one of their movies with that, Kirk and Spock running away, and it later changed the entire trajectory of the living species that was there, that was intelligent. They drew a symbol on the ground that then became a religion. And it was of the starship they saw. So there you go.
Here, I got one. So you know why Spock used the hands like that with the two fingers?
Live long and prosper.
Live long and prosper. English, prosper, is because if you go to a Jewish temple, the elders do that over the people, so that God could look down on them and they won't get like burned to death or whatever, because God is all powerful. So when they asked him for a symbol from someone from another planet, he used that. So that they say that rumor has it that the show was blessed every time he did it because it lasted so long. And I did kind of love that show. I'm attracted.
But symbols have power, and it's like I've always said, a knife is a tool. In the hands of a chef, a bread knife will cut bread perfectly. But if somebody tries to invade his home, that same chef can turn that same bread knife into a deadly weapon.
So you guys, I want to add on to the Anunnaki thing. I don't mean to sound like I'm Miss Downer with the fun theories, but I feel like
these are actually out of a book that was recovered in the same area that the Dead Sea Scrolls were.
Well, I did a lot of research on it because I did a space on the Anunnaki a couple weeks ago, and I watched Friday and Saturday all day, all the videos about Sitchins
on the internet, right?
Well, the internet has college resources, and the internet is only a library, but it depends what you open up is the data you get. Now, so we all have to be really careful, right? When we read about what someone says and then compare it to the scholars who study the people of that time. And I knew nothing about Anunnaki at all. I heard MV in a space talk about Sitchin. I thought, what's that? So I Googled them and I watched what the historians who know the Hebrew language and know the Syrian language, Sumerian language, and what they said about Sitchin. And Michael Heiser is a Bible scholar with a PhD, and he wrote many books and videos about the ancient Hebrews, and he compared, let's say like the word Nephilim. He would research all the ways the Nephilim appeared, and he'd analyze it to get the common denominator. He also reminds us that the people of the Bible were so different than we are now. So when we hear a word, we think of it in modern terms, but he tries to help us understand how people spoke, thousands of years ago. And he said, the angelic world was all around them at the time. So angels appeared all the time. So everything was so different. And so he actually wrote a website. He created a website called sitchiniswrong.com or something like that. I'm trying to find the website, but there's a video where he breaks it down.
People are trying to tie Anunnaki's word to Sitchin. Sitchin was not the first person to mention Anunnaki. Just want to clarify that.
Of course, because the Anunnaki are part of history. I'm not saying the Anunnaki are fake, but it's what Sitchin said about them being part of ancient aliens, all of that.
I don't grab him. I don't grab anything from him. None of
let
what
me just, it's okay. Let me finish. Okay. So, because I just want to say what they're saying the Anunnaki are, which is really interesting and weird. But Sitchin adds to me, it's dangerous now that UFOs are going to be the blue beam, they're going to try to fake us out. Sitchin created a fictitious, add-on to the true Anunnaki story, that they are from the planet Nibiru, which is not proven. I looked that up too, and there is a theory of a planet that could be out there, but they're saying it's like 200 times away from the sun than the Earth. It's super far away, and it would come around every 20,000 years by this little bleep they see far away, but they're trying to turn it into Nibiru. But Nibiru is a made-up planet. What he did is he interpreted. He was born in 1920. He died in 2010. He's from Russia. He came and lived in Palestine. He was raised in Palestine, and he came across the ruins of the Anunnaki and said, "Oh, I'm going to interpret it." So he started adding his own theories when he looked at the drawings, and he wrote these books. But then the scholars started to crack the code and know what they really said. And then they said, wow, he's making stuff up. For an example, he said the Anunnakis, he said that the Anunnaki gods are coming on this planet because they need gold. They need to mine gold for their atmosphere, and they enslaved the people to get the gold. And they said, actually, in the writings of the Anunnaki, it's very boring when they talk about gold. They barely talk about gold at all. And so they're just gave examples of how he exaggerated stuff. But what's interesting about the Anunnaki, just in terms of what the historians say they are, is that they were deities here. They were, as you said, they were very tall, but this is the term that Michael Heiser used. He said, but it's indicated that they were demoted to the underworld, and they don't know why. And that's all he said about that. So I thought, ooh, that's interesting. The underworld. And Wikipedia also, says that they're underworld gods. So I don't know, how that relates to the Book of Enoch, though. Maybe you could elaborate on that, because I haven't really studied the Book of Enoch very much.
Well, there's not just the Book of Enoch. There's also the Book of Enki and Enlil. These were considered apocrypha because they're books that are included in the Ethiopian Bible. And the Ethiopian Bible, which is the location that it is located in, is the resting place of David. Okay. It's where he went in his later years and last years in life. And that's where he settled. And they called it they call them apocrypha as false stories that do not belong in the Bible because there were no other copies, supposedly, except they were lying about that. They have in their possession copies of those same books in the catacombs. And I know this because I've spoken with someone that they currently work for CISA, Cyber Intelligence Security Agency here in the United States. They are from Israel. They have been in those catacombs. They have gotten access through people that have been able to get them access. And they verbally told me, and I've seen a photograph of one of them. Now, it's extremely rare to even have a photograph because normally they don't allow you to take any photographs of those particular books. But I got to see the photograph and knew it was legit because the background was the inside of the catacombs. And I was blown away. So these books weren't just in their possession. They were also found in 3 other places later on in between when I found that out and the time that the people discovered the Ethiopian Bible. So all along the way, they verified and re-verified that those books were included originally. And it was a group of gentlemen, men, that decided what was going to be included in which Bibles. Okay. And remember, the word of God was written by man, inspired by God. There's no doubt about that. And I believe in God 100% and Christ. Matter of fact, I talk to both of them every day when I get up. And I make sure that I ask for the armor, the belt, the helmet, the shield, and the sword. And the boots of speed, baby, because without those, I can't think swiftly on my feet. And I always take everything back to God, to when I want to verify it. None of anything that I said about the Anunnaki came from Zechariah Sitchin. These came from microfiche on studies that were done by a particular archaeological college specializing in archaeology. And I was there looking at their microfiche because there's a lot of stuff from Egypt that has never been published that are in those microfiche. And it's just insane. A lot of the information that's available in these microfiche, only by going there can you get it, because there is a large volume in certain specialties of study that they don't transfer more than half of what they have on file. And they claim, and I've asked them about this before, I said, why don't, the cost. And I just kind of give them that weird look like, wait, what? It actually is, it's not that much. I kind of know how much it is. And I'm like, that's an excuse. That's a BS excuse for somebody who doesn't know. See, it's a lot of hiding things, so people can't see. And that's the thing, is that people have to understand. If you
you said Nibiru, and that's where I
Nibiru is actually mentioned in the Bible. It's called
Wormwood.
Wormwood, yes, thank you. And it talks about having a red hue, and that, and some other, and the Mayans talk about it. The Egyptians talk about it. The Incans talk about it. The Sumerians even talk about it. So if they're all talking about it, I think that it might be a real object.
Yeah, I just think we have to be careful how we attach
also,
it.
if you look, the planet Earth they've used the technology to actually map the ocean floor and the planet completely in its current state. They have a map for that. And if you look, there's a piece missing, a chunk that was gouged out, okay, from it was still a collision, but it wasn't a direct hit. And I think if it was a direct hit, we would have no planet left here. We'd have a floating core that's somewhere out in the belt somewhere, because they also discovered one of those out there too now. We have a core of the planet just kind of hanging out, and it's made mostly of gold and silver and nickel and platinum and all the really precious metals. And everybody's like, well, why don't you go out there and mine that? And I'm like, no, don't mine it. Don't mine it, because if everybody has gold, how much does gold go to value? Zero. If everybody has gold, then what? You gonna you going to sell it to? You can't sell your gold to anybody. Everybody else has gold too. It's just
Well, I missed it. So
everybody.
are you saying that what they saw under the ocean would have gold from like a meteor that hit, or what are you saying? Did I miss something?
No. The gold aspect, and I was going to get back to that. So we're going to go switch over to the gold real quick. Sorry about that, guys. My mind moves very quickly. The gold thing, we already know that there's South African gold mines that have been there for over 250,000 years. We didn't know that they had been there that long, but turns out that they found a record of like local records passed down through verbal, also through like on stone drawings in the caves, this, that, the other. They could actually date back how far those mines, because they were entrances to mines. And even in the actual mine structure, you had drawings on the walls. And these were ancient drawings, really ancient drawings, stick figure shit. Okay, excuse me. There's $1 in the jar. So we're talking very simplistic stuff and ancient stuff, tribal, like early, before there was like supposedly any technology. And then we also find technology buried in places it should not be. You have a capacitor that's stuck in a stone that's over 250 million years old. How did that piece of technology get embedded inside of that piece of stone? Like the stone formed around it. Okay. How does that happen? And it's something we would use today. It's a high quality capacitor stuck in a 250 million year old stone.
Yeah, there are some weird stuff. I just wanted to add, just so everyone to kind of get an idea about the wormwood. This is what I know is wormwood in the Bible is, yes, spoken about as this scary thing coming to hit the earth. And I assume, I don't know what it says. If it
Well,
acts
no,
like
it's the year of death. It's not supposed to hit the earth. Wormwood is a cataclysmic event, and the other societies that talk about it through history, they call it a bunch of different things. It's also actually called a couple different things. Is wormwood, the great disturber, the destroyer. But the thing is this thing comes to and there's actual evidence of it on not only this planet, but other planets as well. We had all of the planets reacting recently to something that was unseen, something that could not be seen. You had not, remember when we kind of tilted for a second and we kind of shook a little bit like a couple years back? It wasn't just us that did that. It wasn't just the Earth. Every last one of our other solar brothers and sisters up there, the other planets, they did the same thing, even the Big Brother. Oh yeah, even
I
Jupiter.
missed that shaking. What are you talking about? What do you mean we shook?
We always shake, but if remember, there was a huge frequency, and if you remember, where there was a shift, it was like a jolt in our north-south alignment. Our poles jolted a little bit, and they moved a little bit faster in a day than they were, normally it does. And what happened is for 2 weeks afterwards, we shook a little. If you remember that period, that whatever kind of like came through didn't just affect us. It affected even Jupiter and Saturn and everybody else too. All the other planets tilted a little bit. So it pulled on everything, whatever it was. And they talk about this happening to us, that when wormwood comes through, the destroyer, the disturber, it shakes this planet and causes chaos. And it's actually described in the Book of Enoch as well, and the Book of Enki and Enlil. And in bookies,
okay, so just to clarify, I just want to, I feel like it's important because of this Sitchin guy. He's really created a whole pop culture, and people regard his writings as real. And I think.
But I'm not. Why do you keep going back to Sitchin? None of this is coming from his writings.
No. I'm trying to clarify. I'm trying to make a point with the audience because people are mixed up with what Sitchin wrote, and they're assuming he did a convoluted thing where he took the wormwood thing and all the different theories that are in the ancient scriptures, and then he added a fictitious thing and has created this huge movement.
And this is why
let me finish, please. And
so he wrote a fictitious
Well, you did
story.
technically interrupt me, but okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I know, but I was trying to make a point. You interrupt. That's cool. I let you do your thing, but we're kind of going back and forth, but I just wanted, before you go on, you're very interesting to listen to. I wanted to make my point, and I never quite got to get to the conclusion of it, was simply this, that Sitchin writes that the planet that's coming, Nibiru, has aliens on it that are going to come and dominate us. And that's the part that's really dangerous, because people are starting to do this thing where they're trying to do summoning things, really strange worshiping of these, fictitious gods that are coming on the Nibiru planet. Now, wormwood is in the Bible, but wormwood doesn't state, and aliens are going to be on it. And that's all I wanted to clarify, so people could separate in their minds the difference between the biblical wormwood and the fictitious Nibiru. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Okay, and my information comes from the books of Enoch, Enki, and Enlil, which are not Sitchin's work. Okay. I wish you would go do some study on those 3 books. I don't care if you think they're not part of the Bible. Remember, men decided what would be included in the Bible.
No, I'm into the Book of Enoch. I don't know about those other ones, though. I'm cautious.
They're considered apocryphal. They were found in the same place that the Book of Enoch was, and they're actually present in the Ethiopian Bible. You can get a copy of that. I mean, there are ways to do this. This is the way that a method that I do things is, have I read Sitchin? Yes. I disregard everything he says. But this is how I do my research. This is how I was inspired to do it. Whether it be from God, it doesn't matter. I don't know who it was, but I take every bit of information, false, positive, negative, doesn't matter. I pile it all together. Then I seek God for discernment, and then I take the pieces off the pile that are not true. I took all of Sitchin's work completely off the pile. None of his stuff equivocates or even equals what was found in Enki, Enlil, and Enoch. And there's also other books. There's quite a few more books. There's also the Book of Lilith. But every last person that's a Christian and a Catholic have denounced that book. It's not real. It's not legit. There's also the Book of Mary Magdalene. Same thing. Enoch, same thing. Enki, same thing. Enlil, they all say these are not real because they don't fit the rest of the story. Well, why do you think the men that decided that went into the Bible and what books actually got read?
I have copies of them. Hold up,
see,
though.
there you go.
We got it. I do it. We have some hands though. We got Ark and JP. Go ahead, guys. Archangel.
No, it's pretty interesting what you guys are talking about. So last time I saw this, people were actually debunking the Dead Sea Scrolls. When you actually look into that, the people that are funding that expedition, or whoever found those, who was in charge of that, is actually the Rothschilds, and anything they touch is altered. So yeah.
So I guess the Rothschilds made it to Ethiopia. They got the Ethiopians, damn it.
Yep, because you have to remember that there is a group of Ethiopians in Israel, so they will use anybody. So that's why you have to be careful of that. We all know that the fallen angels are real, and we know who Lucifer is. And we always find drawings and pictures, and they joke to us, they mock us, thinking he's all red and he has horns, but Lucifer doesn't have horns. Lucifer is a reptile. That's what he is.
I love you, Archangel. Ark, I really do. But I think you give those people way too much credit. They're not that powerful.
I mean, they're not that powerful, but they have confused them. They have, brainwashed a lot of people. I mean,
no, and I get it. I'm not disagreeing.
Generations of people.
And earlier we were talking about 9/11 and the New World Order. People think that New World Order is going to come in the future. I'm like, no. The New World Order was already established with the UN. The United States dollar is the United Nations dollar. So when people took the mark of the beast a long time ago, this is how you take the mark of the beast. When you think about the money and you want that money in your hand, that's the mark of the beast.
I have a question.
Simple. The root of all evil.
I have a question. If I were able to get into the catacombs, take pictures, video, and then present it to you, would you believe me then?
Pictures of what?
Like to actually show those books and show that they're legitimate, they're real. If I were to go to there and then go to Ethiopia and then
I
go
don't
to
think
the Middle
anybody
East.
denounced the books, did they? Nobody
Well, he
denounced
basically
them.
said it was all tied to the Rothschilds.
I mean, it is tied to the Rothschilds. I mean,
but if I find these and photograph them in the different locations they are currently where they were discovered, and I show you video and it's me on video showing you, would you believe it then?
So I have a question. Are you gonna so you would have access to this, or someone at CISA would have access to this, but the Rothschilds couldn't get access to it? I'll put my hand back up.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. You answered my question with a question. I asked the question. If I were able to do that and show these particular documents in all these places, would you believe that they were? Yeah.
I don't even believe the Sumerian tablets. So that's a hard no.
Okay, so basically, I'm dealing with people that don't believe that anything at all is real.
But are they inspired by God is the question, right? Or are they true?
That's what I go back to. The thing is that they claim all these books that are included in the Bible were inspired by God. How do we know that's true either? You guys, now hold on. If you're going to question one set of theories, but not anything else, understand that's bias.
The only book I trust, the only book that I do trust is the book of Enoch. Why? It's very, very, very simple. Jesus Christ mentions it. So he read it. He knows.
But there's also another book that isn't included in the Bible that's considered apocrypha. They took pieces of it, inserted it, and made it into other books. There are pieces of it. If you go look at the apocrypha books, you'll identify which book they took apart and added to the scripture. But just the pieces they wanted that would fit and suit the narrative.
Well, you've really analyzed those, haven't you?
I've done a lot of study on the Bible and many other religions. I've spent almost my entire life researching.
I think the Lilith thing is weird. I just suspect about it.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that. I have to look into it. JP, how
Hey
are
everyone.
you, honey?
Good morning. Happy Christmas Eve. Yay.
Yay.
This is like the one day everyone has to be nice, you guys, because Santa knows. So actually, we don't do Santa anymore, now that we've been aware. I took out every Santa thing out of my house. Anyway,
Oh, you
yeah,
did?
oh, yeah, I was gone.
Me too.
I was like,
Are
how do
you
you not?
into that mushroom thing?
I got rid of every Santa thing and replaced them with Christmas gnomes. So,
Oh, me too. I got the gnomes.
my
How
house looks
funny
like it's
that you did the
exploded
same
with
thing.
gnomes. I have gnomes for every occasion.
I have gnomes everywhere too.
One of these days, I'm gonna put I love this new one that I found with Mini Donald Trump because he looks so cute. But I have this gnome one I'm gonna put up eventually. I like to switch up my icons. But I just, I appreciate the mic, Tisha. I wish I jumped in earlier. You always have the best rooms, so thanks for hosting again. And it's been so long, so I know it's probably coming to an end soon. But I'm so happy that I was able to wake up again to one of your rooms. I did want to address Tough because I think Tough, if I'm not mistaken, you had a question about the Anunnaki, right? And why they went underground. Is that correct? Like, was that something you had asked about, Tough? Originally, like about 30 minutes ago?
Yeah, the Michael Heiser who studied them, he said something like, so there's a video where they analyze point by point these different things, and he said, and he's very bland the way he speaks, but he said, well, they went underground, or he said they got demoted to the underworld. We're not sure. There's not a lot of writings on it. And that's all he said.
Yeah, so there's some theories on that I tend to believe. Obviously, we know the Anunnaki came down here and fallen angels. They had sex with women. God did not like that. That's why God created the flood. God sent Enoch as the messenger to let them know that it
Oh
was
yeah,
coming, right?
yeah. Like I know all that stuff.
Right.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I know that stuff. I'm just saying what they said about the Anunnaki writings, the tablets themselves. But yeah,
Oh,
that's cool.
I thought you meant
I
like,
know
so
what you're
yeah, they
talking
got
about.
sent underground because they were flooded out because of their sins. But here's the thing too, like, and you guys were talking about gold, and I I just got my hands on this old holy scripture last night, and it was from 1917, copyrighted to 1945.
Oh,
Yeah, and
That's an old copy.
very cool.
That's valuable.
it is. And I want to read something here, and they started reading through it. And first of all, firmament is all over the Genesis, you guys. Like, it's all over Genesis. It's mentioned probably about 6 or 7 different times. But it says, but there is also something about, and I apologize, I'm not on top of it right here, but it says the name of it says, I'm going to read it here, and it's Genesis 2:11. Says, or maybe above that, it's here, 2:8. It says, and the Lord God planted a garden eastward of Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. Let's see, sorry. Bear with me, I'm so sorry. So the Lord God made earth and heaven. No shrub of the field was yet in earth, and no herb of the ground had yet been sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth. And there was not a man to till the ground, but there went up a mist of the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord God formed man, and out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant in the sight and good for food, the tree of life also, and the knowledge of the good and evil. And a river, here's where it goes. It goes, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from there it parted and became 4 heads. The name of the first is Pishon, that is in which it compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the gold of that land is good. So, they even, in Genesis, God talks about gold and, leaving gold as long as with herbs for man of this world, right? So I just found that to be
And
kind
that
of
divergence of the
interesting.
river.
There's 4 different.
That divergence in the head of the river.
Yep.
Yeah, see, that's not mentioned in any of the new Bibles at
And
all.
it goes,
None of that
it
is.
mentions the Euphrates, the Tigris. And I mean, and I don't want to like take it up, but I thought it was really cool. It's the first page. You guys have read it 1,000 times, or no. It says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Now the earth was unformed and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning one day. And God said, let there be firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. And there was evening, and there was morning, a second day. And God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters was the gathering together of the waters called he sees. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let the earth put forth grass, but yielding seed, and fruit, tree bearing fruit after its kind, wherein the seed thereof upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, herb yielding seed after its kind, and tree bearing fruit. But it goes back and then says, and then in 1:14 it says, and God said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night, and the stars. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light above the earth, and to rule over the day, over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening, and there was morning, a 4th day. And God said, let the waters swarm the swarms of living creatures, and let fowl fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And God created the great sea monsters, and every living creature that creepeth where the waters swarmed. So it's very interesting. I don't want to keep going, but I couldn't believe it when I got my hands on this last night. It's probably the best Christmas I will ever get in my entire life, besides the love of my child and my family, right? So I just wanted to put that out there, and like I'm seeing this with
I
my own
love
eyes.
it.
Yeah.
So where was that? Is it
hmm
somebody found it at a bookstore or
No, it
something?
was a family member gave it to me.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, yeah. And
That's epic.
mhm.
I love it.
And if you
Well,
get your hands on an older Bible, you'll also see that Sodom and Gomorrah were not the only cities that God spoke of. But they don't include those other cities in the new versions of the Bible.
the land of Nod, is that what you're referring to over with Cain?
Ah, you know, I love it. Thank you, Manny.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, though, so also too, I was gonna mention something else there with the Bible. I wanted to see if JP there, if he could be so gracious to take it over to Matthew 17, and I believe it's verse 21. I'd like to hear what this old Bible has to say about that, because this is very interesting. It has to do a lot with what's going on now
Oh
with the
yeah.
censorship.
JP, Matthew,
Yeah, give
what was
me
the verse?
1 second.
Manny?
Let me just take a look.
21 is missing out of a lot of the Bible.
Yeah, Matthew 17:21.
Good one, Manny.
Yeah, it just came to me right now when I was listening. I was like, "Oh, this is good to compare
Yeah,
now."
I read that earlier and I was like,
You know,
now it's like perfect, right?
but exactly. So we're gonna pay attention to what they've been doing, and I understand lately the Disney's been buying up most of these Bibles, these prints, and there's a reason why they want to get rid of the specific passage right there. She's gonna read it
Interesting.
again. That's Matthew 17, verse 21.
I'm looking, you guys. This is kind of old, so let me just see. And I don't even
Okay,
know if
so
it's. Let me find it in here, you guys. Sorry.
and then just to really quick to reiterate what she's going to pull up there. So basically it has to do with what I've seen here, which is like our bodies, okay, which it has to do with an Anunnaki from what I hear. So they did something to us, okay. There's a reason why they talk about the gold, okay, and it has something to do with monatomic gold. So when we consume monatomic gold as far as our DNA, it does something to our DNA. It brings it up, but there seemed to be some sort of throttling that occurred around that time, because from what I hear, these beings came here, and obviously Leo's talking about the mines, and they created this type of worker that wouldn't rebel, because the ones they had before kind of rebelled on them, the ones that they created, and then they created another one, and I think it might have to do something with us here, and so they throttled us, and then they made us away. They gave us the ability to reproduce and stuff like that, but they kind of built
They
into
keyed us
us.
to silver. They keyed us to the monotonic silver is what they did. It's gold.
Okay, exactly. So there's something with these metals that they kind of does something to us, okay, at the DNA level, and that's why symbolism is kind of everywhere. There is, yes, we're using it for currency, but I think they were using it from what I understand, like they were using it for their, from what I hear, their planet or something about their atmosphere, that they needed the gold to, with something to do with their atmosphere. So that's why they created us here. So going back to what we can do, how we can fix ourselves when it comes to disease and stuff like that. I think in our DNA, it's built into for us to repair ourselves with like minerals and natural stuff. Like I know now recently they started looking at this thing called epigenetics, and they've been talking about self-healing and self-repair, but something here's been something someone's told us a long time ago, and I think it's in the Bible, and it has to do specifically with that verse, Matthew 17:21. And I don't know if JP, were you able to locate
So
it?
there isn't, like, with this thing, they don't have like a this is going to be kind of an ignorant. This is an Old Testament, and it's a mini Bible. It's like really small. So Matthew is the first book of the New Testament. So I
Right.
don't know if it's in here, if they included it in here. If they've
Okay, so
included both the old and the new, because I don't see it. Like, this is an old one, and it was
Well,
like,
this might be purely anecdotal, but I do know that when I take the colloidal silver, when I have a cold, and my brother does too, the cold only lasts 3 days. It doesn't last.
True. That has to do, like, you heard of the term silver spoons, you know, like, where does that come from?
I
Like,
explained that earlier, how the rich are the
okay.
ones who actually used to have
That's right.
no sickness because they ate off of silver spoons.
And not only that, but this is what I heard, that like the noblemen, what they would do, like when they would waddle the little baby, they would give them the nanny would give a little baby a silver spoon, and the baby would just suckle in the silver spoon, and that's how they would get they would break off the silver out of the spoon with the saliva, and this child was, they were stronger, they were more agile, they were just stronger kids compared to the rest of the peasants, because they didn't have access to that silver. That's why it was a currency in the past between nobility. So these people knew something about these metals, and this goes back to this other thing that I've been hearing a lot about, is Tartaria and the mud flood. And another thing that I question is, they talk about these things, the mud flood and all that situation, and that tells me something about the Talmud. I mean, like, wait a minute, like, what's the connection between these? Am I reaching too much, or the tall mud? Like, you know what I'm saying? The Talmud and the things that they talk about in that thing, and is that connecting to what we hear about Tartaria and a whole different timeline that just occurred? And now we're going into another situation that has to do with these metals, the silver and the mercury, and then the gold, and how that you're able to pull energy out of the ether. Well, could that be also going on with us whenever we were consuming the monatomic gold? When we consume these metals, do we have that higher connection to this other realm that's above us, and the firmament, or God, as we call them? Is that why these beings came and they basically throttled us? They didn't want us to have that extra strand of DNA, or I'm kind of noticing this. And now look at what just happened recently to us. They locked us down. Okay, they put something in there called CRISPR, in these vaccines, which are not that. They're gene therapy. Okay, and what do these gene therapies do? They're altering us. They're changing us. They're doing something else. They're playing these genetic things that has happened all the way in the past, like Enlil and
Changing
Enki.
the code. Changing the code.
They've been doing that, and now it's coming back around again. This is happening again, and it goes back to what you said, Leo, like the times of Noah. Jesus said, oh yeah, it's going to be like the times of Noah. And that's the scary part, and that's leading us to the deluge that I think happens every so often. That's scary. If you go to YouTube and you find a channel, it's called Suspicious Observers. I mean, it's a scary thing to watch, because apparently, if we look at the megafauna from the past, like, you ever wonder, like, in the mountains, like, I'd go hiking in the mountains, I find seashells, like, on top of these huge mountains. I'm like, how the hell did this get up here? It sounds like maybe the deluge, it did happen. And it sounds like this Nibiru, or, Wormwoods, or this event is just something that happens every so often. And I think it looks like we're kind of due, it looks like things are coming back around again, because from what, if you look at what the markers of what Jesus said, around the time, like it was, the time of Noah. And what were they doing at that time? We had the Nephilim, Genesis 6. They were here. They were doing something, they were altering stuff. I mean, they got involved with women, and they had these big old creatures, the giants. And what does God do? Tries to eliminate them, because they were messing with the creation. And here we are again. But this time, the giants are who? Fauci, these people that are messing with their strands. And now it seems like, from what I hear, like I brought it up earlier, there's the thing called Georgia Guidestones. And they have it all out. They lay it out right there, what their plans are. And now
And it's as simple as this. If they control the knowledge of our origins and our capabilities, then they can control us. And if they control the knowledge, they control the power.
That's right. And that's what I was saying earlier. These spaces are so powerful. I hope these things are just for us to have that discourse, and then as we improve in knowledge, as we get in, like, because I don't look at anybody here as strangers. I look at you all like brothers, like, because we're soul brothers, because now we're waking up to the deceit, we're waking up to the control, and we're waking up to the fact that they've been lying to us for a very, very long time. Not only are they lying to us, but they've been killing us from generation to generation. And now they've been poisoning us. Now they're into the straight out in the open. They don't care. They're trying to mess with the creation inside of us, our DNA. And that's what God dwells, right? Inside our temple. And they're trying to go in there and change stuff around that, it wasn't meant for them to mess with. And now that's going to be interesting, because now I'm starting to see, like you talked about, the planets tilting because something's coming into the solar system. Yeah, that's kind of true. NASA's trying to hide it. You look at the old stories of the red skies. The red skies. Well, what are the red skies? Well, it's basically, if you look at what the red skies are, they talk about the phoenix. Well, mainly this planet Wormwood is red, and it has a lot of copper in it. And when it's coming through, it's going to leave the red. We're going to start seeing the skies start getting redder and redder as we as it passes through the our zone here, and affecting the rotation. Okay, if it's going to affect the rotation and affect the polar situation here, and we're going to experience a polar shift, then there's nothing new under the sun. It's happened many times before, from what I hear. If we dig down on the ground.
The theory of copper. I've heard the theory about the copper. I actually, because of the density of the planet, because remember, it's not bigger than any of our planets, but it is got a higher gravitic pull. It's actually more dense, and I think that red color is actually oxidized iron, which has a higher density.
Yes. Well, coming from that, like the red, it has to do with the red, because it's if you go back to the older stuff, and the Sumerian scrolls, even talk about that, and it's just interesting to kind of see it happen. And I hope it doesn't happen, but you guys should watch, go to the Suspicious Observers on YouTube, and they got a lot of videos there, especially the one on Adam and Eve, and that one's interesting because it's all about the deluge, and they have a lot more facts together. It's a very good presentation, but apparently the CIA knew about this and they researched it, and they know about it. So that's probably why they're building all these bases. Maybe that's why Elon's moving over there to Texas to, go hide underground over there in those mountains up there. Not only him, Bezos is over there digging, up in those mountains. It looks like they know something. They're preparing for something. So, look at Gates buying up all the seeds. They're buying up all the seeds. They have that seed vault up there in the highest mountains up over there in the Arctic Sea. What do they know? Why aren't they telling us this? What's happening? We're kind of figuring it out ourselves here, the little spaces, with that little information you talked about there, Leo. And I just find it very.
You're right, because we just left the Sierra Nevada down near Flagstaff, right? And in that area, let me tell you what. There hasn't really been any shakings in that area for a very, very long time. The last time there was a quick pop when the Snow Bowl was created. That used to be, the Snow Bowl is actually the location of the largest ever known supervolcano in the North American continent. And it exploded about somewhere between 7,000 and 12,000 years ago. But other than that, that area has remained silent. And it went silent after that explosion as well. But then more recently, in the last few years, they've had rumblings and actual tectonic movement in the area, because it is still a fault line. That's what these mountain ranges are. It's the above ground signature of an underground fault.
That's interesting. And that leads us over to Yellowstone and Iceland and then Krakatoa. And then, you're looking at all these active volcanoes waking up. Yeah, the
birthing pains. Yeah.
That's exactly what's happening.
Something's in the neighborhood making a little noise.
We got some hands, guys. JP, what did you come across that?
No, I mean, I just wanted, so you guys were talking about, yeah, so I don't have Matthew to take a look at, but I did take a look at Genesis 6, and they do reference Nephilim. So this is an Old Testament Bible, an older Testament Bible. So they say Nephilim, they don't say giants, which is interesting. But the one thing I wanted to mention though was you guys were talking about the days of Noah, and also it's, you know, the days of Moses, right? When Moses, the last time we've gone through, so we just entered the age of Aquarius, right? And that was in, I'd say, in the last couple of years, we've entered the age of Aquarius. And then last time that happened, I believe we entered, what was it, the age of Pisces from Aquarius? I've never been followed it too much, but that was when
Yeah, Pisces
Moses
comes after Aquarius. Yes.
was Pisces before Aquarius. Okay, yeah.
After, I believe.
No, we just came out of Pisces to Aquarius. So we're in the age of Aquarius right now. We just left the age of Pisces, I believe.
Yes, no, you're right.
Okay.
Right.
And
You're
the
correct.
last time, yeah, and the last time we ended up doing that was like I mentioned, during the time of Moses, and Moses was leading his people. Like we are kind of like these those Israelites in a way. Not saying Jesus, not saying Trump is Jesus, please don't take my words out of context, but we are trying to find truth and all that kind of stuff, right? And we're seeing a huge shift. And the other thing it mentions in this Old Testament in Genesis 6 is violence, right? There was a lot of violence and corruption, and it wasn't just like the degradation of man. He was talking about violence in this Old Testament. So I don't know. It's just interesting because I feel like we are filling in those days of Moses in a way.
Very interesting. It really, really is. Go
Ooh.
ahead.
Oh, sorry. Can I
No,
just say this real quick?
of
The
course.
people that sing, if you look at Age of Aquarius, look at who the artist is that sings Age of Aquarius and when they wrote that song. They're called Fifth Dimension. That's the name of the band, you guys.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, that's crazy. Oh wow, that's insane. The fifth dimension, the fifth English, the fifth dimension. Go ahead, Art.
Somebody has their mic on. Can you mute it, please? All right. So thank JP. Thank you for coming in, because last time you were in, you put a video up, and it was about the AI machine, the AI talking to a child, and the dad posted the video. That was awesome. So I'm gonna read this part, and then hopefully, okay, it's Numbers 13:33. There we saw the giants. The descendants of Anak came from the giants, and we were like grasshoppers in our own sight, and so we were in their sight. But my Bible has a footnote on the bottom. It says Hebrew Nephilim, which is referring to the giants. That's what they are. The Anunnaki are just a Nephilim. Pretty simple. See, what people have to understand is that anything that's public is altered. I'm gonna drop knowledge right now that not a lot of people know. And Leo, you're very well versed and very well, you know a lot of stuff. And if you know about this, that'll be awesome. If you don't, hopefully you research it. Cueva de los Tallos, Cave of the Oil Birds, is located in southern Ecuador. So if you know that, I just finished watching.
It's the Legend of the Phoenix, my friend. Oh yes, I'm very familiar.
I just finished watching actually the last Transformers movie. I was not gonna watch it, but I was like, you know what, I gotta watch it because I am a Transformers fan. And it was pretty crazy because there's a bird that they used, and they link it to Peru. But that bird they use is actually the oil bird, which is the tallo, and it's actually referring to Ecuador. So in the movie they say it's in Peru, but it's actually in Ecuador. So See, the difference between that's why, like, I didn't know about my culture because I am from Ecuador. I was born in Ecuador. I'm American, so I really didn't care about anything about Ecuador. But in the last 10 years, little by little, I started researching and then found about this, um, about Father Crespo. He was an Italian priest that went to work right there close to the village in Cueva de los Tallos. And the people from the village used to pretty much, give them a lot of artifacts. And there is ceramics, but a lot of the artifacts are metal. Most of them are gold plated. And most of it is from Egyptian, Sumerian objects. And the difference is that in Sumeria, everything's stoned or petrified stone or something. It's nothing metallic. But in Ecuador, everything is metallic. The there's one of, I can't find it. I don't know why, but I was gonna post it. The Sumerian one is actually is raising his hand, his left hand, but the Ecuadorian one is raising his right hand. So that to me is just hidden knowledge, because the first expedition in that cave was in 1976. So in 1976, it was actually the British government that went in, and Neil Armstrong was in the expedition, and about 8 professional people that are going caves. And yeah, the locals talk about how they took crates and crates and crates of stuff. They stole all that from the Ecuadorian government. I mean, Ecuador still has some stuff in their central bank vaults, but a lot of it was stolen from the British government, and the other stuff was stolen from the U.S. government, which is the Smithsonian's. The Smithsonian is the one in charge of erasing the Nephilim, the AKA Anunnaki, Titans, whatever you want to call them. They are the fallen angels, or the children of the fallen angels, to be correct. Now, Manny, I was going to mention that earlier, but I thought it was too much information. But yeah, monotonic gold. That's what they were searching in the Euphrates River, supposedly when these Anunnaki beings came. Now, a lot of people are asking questions. Why are the rich people buying islands? Why are the rich people buying so much property in Hawaii? It's very simple. That's the second largest concentration of monotonic gold. Now, these people are not, some are, how can I explain this? They're not human, okay? So they need anything that's from Earth for them to survive, I guess you want to call it, to change to being a human form. Now, we don't need gold for our system.
Well, hold
We
on.
don't need
Hold on.
anything to our
I'm going
system.
to add something to that. Remember, what does human mean? Go back to Latin: hue, hybrid, man.
Yeah, exactly. Now, people think that we're human beings having a spiritual experience, which is not the case. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. So that means that, Adam was from God. The bloodlines goes down to Adam from blood, bloodlines. And then we have Lucifer's bloodline that we could discuss another time. But my theory is that the temptation of Eve was not the knowledge. The temptation of Eve was the temptation, just like now. Women and men have the flesh. So my theory is that Eve conceived Cain. They're half brothers. That's the reason Cain hated so much Abel. Now, when we go back to the scripture, Jesus Christ, it is the Son of Man. He is God in the flesh. He is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, or the Holy Spirit. After that, when we're born, we are born next to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. They're all present at the same time. It's kind of complicated, but anyway. Now, when we go back to John 3:16, or John, how we're supposed to be born again. A lot of people don't understand that. Many Christians don't understand that. If many Christians can't understand that, atheists is worse, or anybody that's not from Christianity. Uh, Before I used to be like, "What's this? Talking about reincarnation? What is this?" I didn't know. I didn't understand it. But it's talking about how we're supposed to die in this world physically. Physically die in this world. Um, Spiritually, physically, at the same time. It's kind of hard to explain. And then you're born again in Jesus Christ because of his blood, he sacrificed. Now, to accomplish this, Manny was mentioning, oh, these people need the goal because they want like knowledge and all this stuff. No, the knowledge is already within us. See, what you have to do, which is very simple, you have to fast and pray. That's the reason they took out that verse from the New Testament, because fasting and praying is the most powerful thing that our souls could do. Now, when you watch, there's a documentary on Amazon Prime and other places, YouTube, whatever. Even here in the USC, because I live close to USC, downtown LA, they're doing studies with fasting. The medical field. There's different governments doing studies with the fasting. Now, when a body fat is fasting, it's literally recovering itself. It's literally, technically healing itself. Any organ, all the organs. People with terminal cancer, people that are dying, are coming back alive after fasting, are cured from fasting, and not even praying. Now, after 3 days of fasting, because I've done it before, me personally, when I fasted for 7 days, but the first 3 days were how can I say, it was a weird experience because I didn't do it for a spiritual reason. I did it for health reason. I was detoxing, doing a full body detox. But on the third day, after 72 hours, that's when I felt spiritually, literally, without me wanting to become spiritually. So after 72 hours of fasting, when you do that and you start praying, you have no idea how much power you have. You have no idea the gifts of the Holy Ghost. That's why some churches don't like to talk about the gifts of the Holy Ghost, because the gifts of the Holy Ghost are the pineal gland. What you're doing is activating your pineal gland to be connected with God directly from the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit. Now, Lucifer has his own false light that I've heard many people talk about, the Kundalini, the snake that they feel above in their spine. I never felt any of those things. I felt my heart, like a strong feeling in my heart, and then boom, to the head. And when I read the Bible, like I said, it's been altered by man. The words start changing. They start popping up. The
The
real
reason that
living word of
happens,
God
Archangel,
starts showing. Huh?
the reason that happens where it goes from the heart to the head is there's the pathway. I'm going to give you the actual electrical pathway that was created through the divinity itself. It goes from the heart to the pineal gland to the frontal lobe, because that's where when you're listening in church and you're reading the scripture, your frontal lobe lights up like a candle.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I felt. I don't know, I can't see myself, but that's pretty much what I felt. It was from my heart, to the pineal gland, to my head. It was a weird feeling that I didn't know I had or people have, and that's the reason that that Jesus talked in parables, because it's code. It's all code. When the parable of the wheat and the tares is very simple. The wheat and the tares, the wheat, is God's children. The tares are fucking the devil's children. But a lot of people are saying, oh no, because they sin, that the devil's children. No, the devil has lied to us to sin. So even Jesus, like I mentioned earlier, earlier in the space, Jesus Christ didn't come only for God's children. He came from everybody. That's the reason God's giving the Nephilim a second chance. They're giving all these people a second chance. Now, the people that committed crimes against children, they're killing and doing all these cannibalistic things. Well, that they have their own. They already chose what path, But I'm talking about the rest. Like I said, there's demons of different types of demons, and those playful demons still have a chance to come back to God's kingdom. You know, and when you start fasting and praying, you will see how powerful the Holy Ghost is and the gifts. Because I had to, when I had those gifts, when I walked around people, I can smell those people with sulfur. I can smell the
Oh,
demons in them, next to them, or whatever you want to call it. I had super strength that I was afraid to, you know, I test my strength and I was like, what the hell? So I had different types of gifts when I went through that, you know, and it's real because that's the reason that people don't like to talk about. And it's sad because, you know, indoctrination, dogma has teach, you know, Christians that we cannot be spiritual, you know, that we cannot do this, we cannot do that. And they're like, oh, you're talking about new age stuff, or you're talking to this. I'm like, dude, God is not only in that book, God is everywhere. God is everything.
well, I wanted to add what
Amen.
he just said really quick with the fasting. Basically, from my understanding, it's there's a couple of processes that are going on there, and one is called a sacred serum. So the whole religious aspect of it, or where Jesus came and brought it up, was to abstain. When you abstain, that means you don't have any religious intercourse. Excuse me, any sexual intercourse with your partner, and you fast, and that's the prayer part when you're abstaining. Okay, so what happens is your serum, which is normally like for males is the sperm, and then for the females they have their energy in their ovaries. What happens is that after a while you abstain, and then what happens is the serum starts traveling up, okay, up your spine, all the way up to all the way through the vagus nerve, all the way to the pineal gland. And once it gets to the pineal gland, it produces like a massive amounts of DMT. And when that activates, that activates the soul part of you. That it becomes so powerful because you're communing with God at that stage, and that's where your eyes just wake up and the veil just comes off. And believe me, when you're in that state, those entities know they could see you a mile away, that you can see them and you can smell them and you know who they are. But the thing is that they're trying to convince us here. They're trying to scare us to tell us, no, you don't have no power over me. And in reality, we could do exactly what Jesus, demanded for us to do. And that comes back to leading us back all the way around to Matthew, 17:21, which is what? Which is through prayer and fasting, we can control these type of demons. Because apparently in that passage in Matthew, the apostles couldn't, they were battling this type of demon. They were trying to cast it out, but this demon was whipping on them. And they were like, well, how Jesus, how we can't do it. How are you doing it? And Jesus gets kind of like, frustrated with the flock. And he tells them, oh, well, prayer and fasting, guys, prayer and fasting. This is how you do this. This is how you overcome the evil, and that's what they don't want us to know, and that's what Disney's involved with this. And what Disney's all involved. Archangel's talking about it. The Disney Club 33. You know what they're up to. Their little fancy little red shoes. We know what they're up to. You know, Ellen DeGeneres and her little set, looking like a certain little island where they were doing stuff to kids. So this all leads back to that, and it's prayer and fasting. And that's why when you do prayer and fasting, you rebuke them in the name of Jesus, and you rebuke that thing and whatever. You don't have to do anything fancy. All you have to say is just, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And you look at that thing, and, whether it's around you or whatever, you're starting to see your neighbors fighting all of a sudden, and all of a sudden there's this argument when you're around, and you could sense it. And it has to do because you're in that stage, and it's trying to perturb you. It doesn't like that you're in that stage and you have that energy. Then you're following the blueprint of what Jesus left, and they don't like that. And that's why they're trying to confuse us. That's why they're trying to scare us with these wars. That's why they have all this stuff going on around us. And again, they're getting rid of the print because, they want us to perish for lack of knowledge. And that's why we have these spaces. And I think this is how we're going to try to keep some of the knowledge alive here with us here in the coming future. And his encouragement and just the guidance is just sharing what we're sharing tonight. I mean, look at this. This is beautiful. This is how we grow spiritually, and we go save our brothers and the children too, because it's scary stuff that's coming.
Yeah, and I want
Yeah,
to go ahead and add one
I
more piece to that
agree.
real quick. Here's the mechanical science of that real quick so everybody can easily understand. When that energy moves up into the brain, there's two things that it does. All the faulty pathways that have been laid there by deceit, those get burned away. But anything you actually discovered during that period that in between fasting that you discovered was truthful, it's cemented in. And you have a new pathway to information that you can easily access. So it's a process. There's a mechanical process that happens inside of your brain. It's chemical, mechanical. And what happens is when that energy moves up there, I'm going to repeat it again so everybody in the back can hear this. What it does is it burns away the faulty, deceitful pathways in your brain, and it reveals the truthful pathways and cements them. And it's through seeking God that you do that. And that internal process of abstaining from everything, because it turns that all that energy that you had pushed outward, inward, and upward.
Yeah, and pretty much
Is
that's
that
why.
why the cerebral fluid going up and down the spine affects every single disease?
Yes,
Everything in the body?
indeed. Indeed. You are right on the money, Divine. I love that you brought that.
Yeah,
That's the
sacred
main
serum
reason.
and the 33 vertebrae, of the spine as it's traveling up and down through the vagus nerve. And like I said, like Leo put it, it activates certain DNA strands that have been blocked and been throttling us, so we don't try to achieve that. And I think like if we pay attention to Jesus, I think it's all there, and they don't want us to know that because then if we know that, we don't need the doctors, we don't need them. We
We
can
can
go straight
break
to
free of
Jesus.
their control. They don't have any control over us anymore. And that's what they
Exactly.
don't want.
It's funny that Manny mentioned about the DMT and about that. Like my first time that I activated my pineal gland, I didn't know what the hell was happening to me. So because I was 20 years old and I didn't know anything about astral projection or the pineal gland or anything like that. But I experienced astral projection before this incident happened to me. And when it happened to me, it was a very, very dark moment for my life. I went through so much darkness. It's hard to explain. Suicidal thoughts and all that stuff, and it was so dark in my life. And this being that I didn't know what it was because I didn't believe in Jesus at that time. I started believing in Jesus Christ like when I was 30. So when that happened to me, I just felt something took over me. And just like people, like demons could possess humans, I believe 1000% that Jesus, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost could also possess the body. And it is complicated, but if Lucifer could send his demons to do that to us, guess what? Our Father could do that to us too. And when I went through the experience, my friends told me I was drinking a water bottle. Actually, my water bottle was actually sealed, and I was holding it, and I was being with my friend. We were just laughing, and I was laughing. He's like, "Hey, what the hell's wrong?" And like, he was complaining that I got high without him, that I smoked weed without him. He's like, "You're already high." I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah, man, you're already high. And I didn't believe him. And I saw my face in the car mirror, and my eyes were stoned. Like I just smoked a fat bowl. So yeah, or like I said, I smoke marijuana now because to go to sleep, and that's the best way to be protected from demonic possession and all that demonic attacks. If you do suffer from that, is the best way. Only the chosen are attacked by demons all 24/7.
100%, brother.
24/7. So, like I said, like that's why I like to go to Kumar spaces, because he talks about you got to treat them like your bitch, And it's funny because like when I was 20 years old, you know, I
Are
bought a
you
snake.
promoting Kumar? I know I'm
Oh
jumping
no,
in, but
not
that
that
No,
guy
no,
guy.
I'm
is
not
such a
promoting
Oh
dick.
anyone.
wow,
Come
what's
on.
going on here? We're
You
doing
just
so
sent me
fine, and you brought that
sideways with my
devil up.
respect. Come on, let's not promote Kumar. Come on.
No. But I'm
I
saying
don't think
it's
he
funny
was
because
doing that, but he's
Get
making
rid
a
of that
point. Come
genie.
on
I'm
Put
now.
that
just,
genie
I'm just
back in
making,
the
I'm just
bottle. Get him
mocking
out of
him.
here. Nobody want to know.
I'm just mocking him. Everybody knows Kumar. Anyway, hopefully I don't summon him. Anyway, he'll probably show up right now.
You just did. I'm sorry.
So you know, that's why you know we are more powerful than we are told from organized religion, our own government. So when I tell people like, have you seen anybody quit like going back to Catholics to become a Catholic again? No, because they know who the Catholics are, who controls that religion. It is the serpent.
I second that. That 100%.
Oh, and funny thing
It
I'm
is
about
not
the
that,
going to go and
serpent.
break down. I'm not
I
going to
forgot.
go and break down the entire attack on the other two major churches and how they all got splintered. And somebody did bring up yesterday.
Leo, hold
Hey,
on. We
Leo,
got
sorry.
Lorna. Lorna's been
Yeah,
waiting a
I
very
forgot to.
Oh,
long
my
time.
bad.
Sorry,
I didn't
bro.
see it. My apologies. My screen's all messed up.
I just wanted to also just bring this up. I totally forgot to mention. When I was holding that water bottle, he told me that I was high. Like I said, it was sealed. When I cracked open the water bottle, it smelled like vodka.
Vodka.
Yeah, it turned into vodka for me because at that time I used to like vodka.
Oh, I see. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's
it turned into vodka
crazy.
because that's what I used to like. That's what I used to drink sometimes, straight vodka. And it literally turned into vodka. And when he opened, like, why do you drink it at 10 in the morning? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, smell it. Like, oh shit, it was vodka.
Oh, that's
Is that the
insane.
bishop's wife? Too?
Yeah, like I said, like we have
The bishop's
gifts that they don't
wife,
want to tell us.
when the angel, Cary Grant, goes and sees the professor and he changes the bottle of liquor so that it keeps refilling, but it's always full, but it never gets you drunk.
That's
Yeah.
100% true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because for me, it felt like it was water, but for him, it was actually vodka,
That's wild. It's insane.
Wait, so
The power.
I'm confused. What did you say there again, Ark? What happened?
So, when I was, my friend told me that I was high, which I wasn't. I mean, I didn't smoke any weed. I was just high from, whatever I activated, the pineal gland. So that the DMT, what Manny mentioned, that happened to me. I felt that high, like I was high, I was happy, like I just smoked, but I didn't smoke. And my friend told me. At the same time, I was holding a sealed water bottle. And when I cracked open the water bottle to drink, my friend told me, he's like, why are you drinking vodka at this early morning? Because it was like 11 in the morning. And for me, it was just water bottle. But for him, it smelled like vodka. And it was vodka because he tasted it.
Wow.
Insane, guys. Insane. The power we hold. Go ahead, Lorna. I'm sorry, darling.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Boy, you're a marathon woman, Tisha. It's good to see familiar. It's good to see y'all in here. JP, so good to hear you, sister. You have such a distinct voice. I would know you from anywhere, no matter where you are.
Yes,
Hey,
right?
So good
Lorna.
to
Love you, sister.
I met JP a long time ago over on Telegram before I came over to Twitter, and this conversation is just energizing because it is the truth of God and how powerful He is, and that there's if He, for greater is He who is in me than he that is in the world. Amen. And so we have a picture of Jesus driving out the money changers out of the temple. So why? Why? Because He was righteously angry? No, so that the people could enter into the house of prayer. So it's through the power of Jesus, through His blood and His sacrifice, and us humbling ourselves and just bending our will to His. And He can come in and He can drive out all of that uncleanness. And he can do that he did it for me, and he can do it for you. I'm no greater than anybody else. Amen. He's God is not a respecter of persons. And I don't know who it was. I had some connection issues and I'm at work, so I'm talking pretty fast for how I normally talk. I'm in East Tennessee and we talk pretty slow around here. But so yeah, Matthew chapter 17, verse 21 talks about that it was about an epileptic boy that the disciples were having couldn't get the demon cast out of him. He was throwing himself into the fire, into the water. And the father was desperate for his son to be healed. And Jesus came and he cast the demon out. And the disciples came to him and said, "Why couldn't we do it?" And he said, "This kind only comes out through prayer and fasting." So that same story is also accounted for in Mark chapter 9, verse 29. And it's true that it is in the King James Version of Scripture. It's not in modern translations. And I do believe that that is one of the keys to the kingdom. And what is the kingdom? It's defined in Romans chapter 10. It says that the kingdom of God is peace, joy, and righteousness. So we don't put on our own righteousness. Our righteousness is nothing but dirty, filthy rags, but we put on Jesus, for he is all powerful. And when we fast, what we're doing is we're mortifying our flesh. So if we go to Romans chapter 8, verse 7, start with verse 6. Well, all of it's just so good. I encourage you to read Romans chapter 8. So verse 5, for they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh, but they that are after the Spirit, the things of the Spirit. For to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. Because the carnal mind is enmity against God. For it is not subject to the law of God, neither indeed can be. So then, they that are in the flesh cannot please God. But ye are not in the flesh, but in the Spirit. If so, be that the Spirit of God dwell in you. Now, if any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of his. So, when you say you have two animals, if you feed one more than the other, the one who eats is going to get bigger and stronger. So we see right here in Romans 8, it says that flesh is hostile, is an enemy of God. We are in these meat suits in this flesh that is carnal and ravenous and lustful and all of these things. So how do we weaken the flesh? Fasting is a big part of it, and the enemy certainly doesn't want us to have this information. So so when we know when the flesh is weak, the Spirit is strong. It is important to take care of our bodies. For Charles Stanley, God rest his soul, he taught me something a long time ago, that when we get too hungry, angry, lonely, or tired, to stop and eat, fix that. Don't get too angry, don't get too lonely, don't get too hungry or tired. But when you're seeking the things of God, it's fasting can weaken that flesh and that carnal mind. And it is absolutely true what the gentleman was saying, that the word of God cannot be corrupted, for God is greater than all things. He's omniscient. He's all powerful. And Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12 says that the word of God is quick and powerful and is active. And is powerful to divide soul from spirit, joint from marrow, and can discern the intents of our heart. And I know for myself, and it is my testimony that I speak today, that when I read the Bible out loud, and I asked the Lord to show me the truth. It pops right out. And I don't know anything, and I'm just a nobody. And the only thing good about me is Jesus. So my prayer for you today is that you continue to seek. I'm so encouraged and edified by what's being said today. And today is the day of salvation for Jesus Christ. He could have come and sent us all to hell, for that is what we all deserve, for we've all sinned against a holy God. And we all deserve death. But no, he came to love and give us the example of perfect, ultimate, unconditional love by sacrificing himself and then raising himself up on the third day, and he's ascended, he's coming back. When he does come back, it is to judge. So today is the day to just seek his face, humble yourself, and ask him to come in, because he is generally knocking. And I tell you what, it'll be the best decision you ever make. God bless you. Today, this season right now, every day is a day to rejoice and give glory to God for great things he has done. And I yield my mic. Thank you.
Amen. That was beautiful, Lorna. That was absolutely beautiful. JP, sweetheart.
I don't even want to say anything after that. But Lorna, that was beautiful. And it's so wonderful to hear your voice. So she's right? So Lorna and I met years ago on Telegram, and Amatel's down there. And it was because of Amatel, because she opened up a safe space for us on Telegram. So, wow, it's just wonderful to see you. But I wanted to emphasize what Lorna was talking about, because a lot of people do have this perception that Jesus was so angry, right, that he went and he flipped the tables. Well, he was angry, but he was angry also because historically that area, that, and I apologize for my ignorance on this, but the temple in which they were going through was the only way to get to travel, right? Otherwise, you would have to go around a really, really large area, and it was more cumbersome for the travelers. So the only way for them to actually prevent from having to go around in a really, not just, it's not just a building, it was like huge, right? The only way to be able to go around that, you couldn't, and it was cumbersome. You'd have to go through. And in order to go through, that's where you had all of the vendors and the money exchangers and everything. And you had to pay. You had to pay to get your passage. And that's what pissed Jesus off, right? Excuse my French, but that I shouldn't say. That's what made him very upset, was that they were charging his people to get to the holy, that's what it was. It was passageway to the Holy Land. So they weren't just sitting there doing like money exchange and selling things. They were charging followers of Christ or anybody to get through to the Holy Land. That's, you had to pay your way through. It was very similar to paying your way in the Catholic Church to get to heaven, at a very high corrupt level, back in the day, where it's like, oh, I just went and did all these bad things. Here's some money and my sins are washed and here we go. So it was very similar concept. And that's what made him so angry, was that his people were being exploited. His followers were being exploited, and that these these evil people, let's call them what they were benefiting from his teachings in a negative way. So I'll just kind of park it there. And Lorna, I don't mean to speak for you. I don't know if I'm inaccurate, but that's my perception of it, of that whole scenario.
Wow, that was awesome too, guys. Everybody's on fire tonight, and
I just had one quick thing about that interaction with Jesus on the Money Changers. Something you both didn't mention. While he was listening, where did he get the whip? He fashioned it himself. So he actually made the whip while listening to them and struck them about the heels and the ankles. So if you're striking about, that means you've struck them. He said, struck them about, which means in the area of the heels and the ankles. And he did flip the tables. He is pretty ticked off, and I understand why.
Of course. Go ahead, Eric. I think we're gonna wrap it up after this because I'm fading off.
Yeah, Tish. I know it's been a long night.
I started at 7. I'm
You
usually
started
like,
at 7? Wow.
yeah.
Because I came in
My
like around 9.
goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna be quick. Just no, thank you, Lorna, for reading that.
It's
I know
beautiful,
how
guys.
the
Beautiful.
Holy Spirit is working here right now because
Amen.
it's not the first time I've heard Romans 8 and the same verses that we always talk about. Connecting the dots in the Word of God, the Holy Bible. I've heard the Romans 8 mentioned in different spaces in real life. It's very, very important to learn that how the flesh could deceive us. Um, that's why I think men more than women. Um, we the fastest way to get, I guess, not possessed but manipulated by the evil forces is lust. Lust is the flesh. And Manny mentioned earlier how when you're doing the fast and praying, technically you give everything up. You have to give up this world. So that's coffee, that's cigarettes, that's cannabis, that's sex, everything. And when you abstain from sex, especially for men, I don't know for women, but for men, you know me personally, that I've done it a couple times, being celibate 100%. um, you feel more powerful, you feel more alive, but at the same time, all these women that are attractive start coming to and I didn't know why, but somebody said that scientific study about that. Oh, I think somebody's mic is open.
Thank you, both, Mike.
So I've heard about recently. I heard about this scientific study about that when men are celibate, when people call it semen retention, which I don't call it semen retention because there's no semen. You're not producing semen. You produce a different hormone, a chemical in your body that hormone is like a orphan, like I forgot what you call it, but that hormone goes away in the air, and that's why it attracts the females because you're pretty much pure at heart, at soul.
Pheromone.
Yeah, that. Thank you, Elio. So you're pure, and that's how the demons are uses women for men to commit sin, and vice versa, and that's why we always have to fast and pray because we all eat trash sometimes, fast food. So we have to, it's not only for our soul, it's for the flesh. We have to clear the flesh. That's why it's like a detox technically.
I will agree with everything you said, Archangel, except for the cannabis. I don't want to go through a day or 2 or 3 of pain, and I mean really bad pain to where I can't eat at all. That would really suck.
I know, brother. I know, but I mean, I don't know. Do you is edible or smoke?
I do vape. I don't smoke. I know that smoking does damage to the lungs. Vaping, if you do it properly, does not do that. And I
Oh
don't
yeah.
use beverages or anything. I don't
So
do
you,
that.
you buy the flower and you vape it, right?
No, I get the extracted oils and only the pure stuff, the stuff that's actually,
Oh, okay.
pressed, it's
The,
kind of a little
The
expensive.
rosin.
Yeah.
yeah, the cold press. Yeah.
Yep. Cold press and hot heat press. Even heat press is clean. So, I'll take either or. But, and then I do edibles too. My brother can actually bake edibles if I wanted.
Yeah, actually well, I stopped doing the vaping ones. I actually bought my own little vape machine, so you could buy the dry weed,
Same.
and
Yeah, I
just
just
put
get
it
the
in.
raw oil. I don't mess
Yeah.
around with anything like that. No extra chemicals, please.
Oh, I understand, brother.
Tisha, honey, how are you feeling, sweetie?
Much better. Thank you so much for asking. I'm really tired. I've been up since 7.
Yeah, you need to go to bed. I fell down the
Yeah.
stairs and broke or sprained my ankle for Christmas.
Oh no. I'm
Oh.
so sorry. Are you okay?
Yeah, I was listening to Archangel and I was like trying to hop along on my crutches and I fell because I was just
Oh
like so enthralled
no.
by whatever he was saying earlier. But yeah, I'm laid up, honey. It's all good, but maybe I'll try fasting. I am taking a lot of vitamin C. It goes straight to the wounds. So if
Yeah.
you've got any extra of that lying around.
Wow,
Oh, well, you can't
that's
overdose. You cannot overdose on vitamin C. It's impossible. Whatever your body does not use, it passes out within 24 hours.
Yeah, you just might get a little diarrhea, but that's okay.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
That gets everything out anyway, right?
look,
right.
it's a good flush. Look, it's a good flush. So it's. You might think it's a negative, but it's a positive actually.
It is a positive. You get all the toxins out. I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Well,
love you all.
thank you, Tisha,
Thank
for
you,
Thank
Ted.
you,
this space
Art.
tonight. Thank you,
Thanks,
Alina.
everybody.
Thank everybody.
You know, Merry Christmas. Um, keep
Merry
Christ in
Christmas.
Christmas. Remember, remember the reason for the season. I love you guys. And this space was epic. Like, if you didn't hear it from the beginning, go back and listen. It was wild. Um,
Thank you for having us, Tisha.
oh, thank you. No, I appreciate you guys. Um, we didn't expect our guest to show up. It was pretty wild. But no, we'll definitely do it again. But I can't see straight. I'm ready to fall asleep. Um, so have a great evening. And once again, I love you guys. Always praying for you. And I'll catch you on the flip side. I love you guys. Have a good night.
Love you, Tish. Good night. God bless
Good
everybody.
night. God bless. Merry Christmas. I love you guys. Have a good night.
Love you, Tish. Good night. God bless everybody.
Good night. God bless. Merry Christmas.